And this is a live image of 2023 taken from a helicopter. And this is the same image of the same area just a few years back, and the 2017 population. So we have also a population data set that we derive from our building density data set together with our partners at Microsoft AI for Good Lab and IHME. Now, when you look at this, what I want to tell you or show you is, again, look at 2022 population, just 5 years later. The new settlements are the highlighted one in blue, those ones here, somewhere here, and also here, and this other area. But what I want to show you is, this is the flooding area. And we are looking at now how populations are actually expanding to these flood-prone areas. And then we basically create this problem. And then we start talking about how we can solve it. But we need to be able to use these data sets to inform how we plan, how we act, how we design settlements, how we actually work, government and citizens, to ensure that we avoid scenarios like this. So what I'm trying to say is, knowing where people live is critical to saving lives. That is why, together with IHME, which is the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, and Microsoft, we have built a 40 by 40 meter population estimate dataset that helps governments and other users to quantify or estimate how many people are living in a specific area in the event of a disaster or in the event of a scenario that we are trying to avoid. And that is not just a matter of saying we have available data. It's also a function of saying we are putting together population density data together with analytics, including climate-induced migration. And you can see in the example of Kenya, this is actually a quite telling picture, because in the north, you see this area. This is actually the northern part of Kenya, where we have a lot of pastoral livelihoods, a lot of people who rely on pasture for their livelihoods. And of course now, how does food insecurity tie into all that? When you put all of this together, we start asking ourselves important questions about how or what is the correlation between these factors and the disease burden, so that now we are even being proactive in that sense. And I'm going to use another example of a company that uses a very important insight. I mentioned that we have land surface temperature and soil moisture data. Now we have a company called Just Dig It. They are doing a very important intervention where they are trying to rehabilitate deserts. They are digging very nice bands, which are like pies, and they are enabling now, when it rains, these pies basically capture water and enabling vegetation to grow back. They also realize that with this kind of intervention, you are basically unlocking seed beds in the desert, because some of these areas actually had trees many, many years ago. So when you do this, vegetation grows back naturally. So we are helping them monitor the effectiveness of the intervention over time, and this is the power of broad area monitoring. And that's why I want to leave you with an important piece of information. We've recently launched a project called Project Sentinella, where if you're working in the environmental field and you have or are monitoring a critical biodiversity hotspot, we can give you free data as long as you can justify that this is an area that maybe is endangered. We can work together. We can help you restore or monitor your ecosystem. And this is an example. We are targeting 50 vulnerable biodiversity hotspots around the world, and we are basically going to give you data up to 15,000 square kilometers that you can monitor that area and task high resolution imagery and help you basically in the important work that you're doing. I'm going to use one example that we work to support the Mount Kenya Conservancy here to basically with the Mountain Bongo project. This is an initiative that we are doing jointly with the Kenya Space Agency, and we are monitoring the entire Aberdare ecosystem and ensuring that we monitor any activity in terms of deforestation and what have you. Now, for the Tanager datasets, it's extremely important to appreciate that it has more than 420 bands. What this means is you can unlock a lot more than what the naked eye can see. We can collaborate on a lot of things that you may want to interpret at the surface level. And of course, in terms of our purpose programs, other things that we do in the event of disasters, in the event of a crisis response, we would give you data to help you.
Inside in the lobby, but that is our presentation for this morning. Please be back here by 9:15 to 9:20 because we want to start on time for the next session for the AI and emerging technologies that starts at 9:30. So please be back here on time. So enjoy your time visiting the different boards that we have out here, the data inclusion pavilion, the exhibitors as well, and also network with people around you so you can gain and have a greater social, social capacity, and also you build your network as well. So thank you so much. Have a great few minutes of your time. Thank you. Good morning. Mic check, mic check. Now. Outside the ballroom, kindly come and take your seats so we can start our session in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're out in the lobby and not in ballroom 1, kindly take your seats so we can start the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're outside the ballroom one, please come and take your seats because we're about to begin our plenary session for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the plenary session. Thank you.
May we please invite you to take your seats. We will be commencing the program shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please invite you to take your seats. We will be commencing the program shortly. Thank you for your cooperation.
Winyanga nilangane kwenzi
morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. This is day. This is day. Are you excited? Let me hear you excited. Are you ready for an excited a brand new day? Are you excited for today? Are you ready to learn? No, you're not. Excitement. Are you ready to learn? Are you ready to collaborate for the future? All right, let's get going. Today's plenary is about AI and emerging technologies, opportunities and risks, and realities. Our moderator for this plenary is the program officer of Hewlett Foundation, where he oversees grant making and evidence-informed policy making for East and West Africa. With a mighty round of applause, and I say mighty, we've been doing this all week, mighty round of applause. Welcome, Mr. Chris Maloney. Mr. Chris Maloney. Round of applause until he gets up on stage. A round of applause.
I have not heard nearly enough Swahili at this Global Data Festival, so I needed to start. Can you hear me? Is this better? Hello? All right. I'll start again. Jambo mabibi na mabwana na habari za asubuhi. Let's say, there we go. It's a Global Data Festival. We need more Swahili. Anyway, so I am Chris Maloney, Program Officer from the Hewlett Foundation in California. As Carissa mentioned, I oversee our grant making on evidence-informed policy making in East and West Africa, where we support primarily African-based and led grantees that are unlocking different parts of the data revolution for better policy making. As Carissa said, we're here to talk about AI and emerging technologies and opportunities, risks, and realities. We have an often set of keynotes and panelists who are going to talk about AI for the public good, AI in space, and Africa and global AI governance. And so to set this scene, like we've done in the other plenaries, we have a Slido, which hopefully we can pull up. So please get your phones ready. Do we have our Slido? There we go. So our first question, how often do you use AI in your work or personal life? Luckily, this isn't anonymous, so don't worry. If you're like me, it's probably rarely or occasionally. All right, we got some power users. Excellent. Wow, we got some daily users here. I had read recently that on a per capita basis, Kenya is one of the biggest users in the world globally on AI. I think we're seeing that right here. All right, well, we see a majority are excellent and daily AI users in your work and personal life. Why don't we go on to the second question? Getting some last-minute votes in there. There we go. So our second question, a provocative one. Do you think AI will result in net losses or gains in terms of jobs? What do you believe? If you're like me, many of these Slidos, I sure wish there was a question option C where I could say it depends. Well, that's a pretty tight race here. All right. So 60-40 split. So this is a tech optimist crew. I'm glad to see that. All right, and just in the interest of time, why don't we go to this third Slido question? All right. What do you think is the most useful application of AI in global development? Is it agriculture? Is it financial services for the poor? Climate adaptation, or something else? Now we get at something else. Anyway. Interesting. We got some microfinance folks here. Excellent. All right. Well, lots of opinions in the room. That's the whole point of this plenary this morning. But before I bring up our first keynote speaker, I just thought I would start our morning with a bit of a provocation. Many of you know Al Kaggs, the former director of the Open Institute, and he recently published a piece where he said, data is a tool that the powerful use, and a tool that the rest of us must learn to wield against, alongside, or in spite of them. He goes on to say, the AI conversation across the Global South is heavily tilted towards ethics and governance, which is critical, but the harder truth is that for those in the Global South, few are using the tools productively, little of the AI deployed understands local context and local language, and few of the AI tools being built are built by those in the Global South. And so ultimately we risk producing beautifully drafted legislation that constrains our own ability to build while doing nothing to slow the flood of foreign models designed for someone else's life. If you ask me, that is a pretty powerful and profound statement, and definitely provocative. And so how should we respond to it? Is it correct? How should we be using AI against, alongside, and in spite of those who might have more power? How do we avoid bad outcomes in a deeply power asymmetric environment? So to kick us off, I'd like to invite our first keynote, Ambassador Philip Tigo, Special Envoy for Technology in the Office of the President of Kenya. Ambassador Tigo.
I'm not that tall, so. And I'll say it in English because you said it in Kiswahili. Good morning. I haven't greeted anybody in Kiswahili. Thank you so much, Chris. And I think Alkag's kind of blog sets the context of the reality where we are in right now. I think this session speaks about three issues. One, I think, is risks, realities, and opportunities. But let me set the context. And I think the problem that we see in most places is that we still think we live in the digital age. I think we don't. We actually live in an age of intelligence where intelligence has become the currency of transaction and where everything we do is determined by a certain form of intelligence. You order a car, some of you took an Uber, somehow a car showed up in your house, it called it home. When you went to work, you never labeled your Google Maps work, it labeled it itself and said work. It never asked you, it never determined anything. So you're sort of working with an intelligent being who's very, in most cases, much smarter than we are. So in this age of intelligence, I think, where I see the reality is, and you mentioned a couple of them. One is that we had a lot of disinvestment in previous industrial revolutions where a lot of our countries still do not have the digital public infrastructure. We still are not connected. A majority of our populations are still not online in this continent. We still do not have power. AI relies on a lot of energy. We still do not have enough energy to power these resources in this continent. You mentioned Africa specifically. Only 1% of data centers are in Africa, 1%. And 50% are in South Africa. So it means even in the continent, we see a lot of inequalities. 60%, 600 million Africans are not connected on electricity, but also we know there's device scarcity. Many folks are not on devices. The fiscal picture is even worse. AI requires massive investments. Africa is still in debt. Our development trajectory is still very much resource intensive. We still are the continent with not necessarily fiber. Kenya potentially punches above its weight with almost 10 fiber optics coming to the cable, but again, susceptible to undersea, subsea influences. Last year alone, we know what happened when we had fiber cuts undersea. AI itself is concentrated amongst a few countries and a few companies. That is East and West. So Europe, thank you for joining us in this cause because we're in the same boat. But I think also if you look at the talent is skewed. The continent also does not have a lot of AI talent in terms of just per capita output, in terms of churning from universities, whether engineers, researchers, data scientists, and worse off, policy specialists, where we don't have a lot of government folks who understand how to legislate or regulate artificial intelligence. When it comes to languages, Chris has mentioned, to be specific, Africa has 2,000 languages. You can imagine how many of these languages are in any AI models. 0. And so, as we think about that reality, let's go also to another reality. We're in the governance framework. And only last year did every part of this continent become part of the Global Digital Compact. For 10 years, none of our countries in the Global South were in any way or shape or form involved in any AI governance framework globally. G7, G20, when I mention the names, you know those are exclusive clubs. And so only last year, with the Global Digital Compact, is when we got folks in the UN engaged. When it comes to risks, of course, I don't have to mention them. Frontier risks are those that are existential, the ones that we hear. AI will walk into the room, please, Hollywood, you made a mess of our heads. We expect a Terminator to walk up and kill us all. I don't think that will happen. But I think frontier risks are real. But for me, socio-technical risks are even more real in our continent. Misinformation, disinformation, child safety. We see a lot of those things happening here, and we know it's happening. Synthetic media, collapse of provenance, and worse off, lack of human agency. Chris, you mentioned Kenya, yes, we use ChatGPT, but guess for what? Emotional advice and companionship. Kenyans, you are lonely. Please get out and touch grass. And so I think for me, these risks, and the larger risk I think for me is the possibility of rendering people invisible. And I think for me that's the biggest one, and that speaks to this committee on data. I think in terms of opportunity, AI can accelerate AI. And I think for me that's a big opportunity. I forgot one risk, of course, is climate. We know water, land, and a lot of these things that data centers are gobbling. I think the opportunity for me is in this room, is how do we use AI to accelerate AI? How do we ensure that we can leverage this possibility and capability to begin to drive development outcomes so that we can begin to solve these all problems, whether it's in agriculture, food systems, development planning, using geospatial and earth observations, but whether ensure that these technologies actually work for public good and for human flourishment. In the UN high-level advisory body, I know we made a lot of recommendations, but the one recommendation I think I want to make, and hopefully this group will take, because nobody has taken it, is the idea of a global AI data framework. Nobody has taken that up. We've taken up everything, the scientific panel, the global dialogue, but we still need a data framework, and it could be interesting if it comes from this community, but more or less from the global south. Thank you very much.
And now for our second keynote, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Kaizen Kozhiev, the chairman of the board of the Kazakh Space Agency.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Kaizen. I am from Kazakhstan. Actually, you know, I'll try to be short as I can. First of all, I would like to share my impression. Unfortunately, I arrived only yesterday for the second day of the event, but I meet really one startup, guys with like flames in eyes, and they showed the story about their projects, and I saw that there is a lot what we as a Kazakh can learn from Kenyan engineers, and put my big trust on you about our future cooperation. Actually, we are blessed to talk about AI, emerging technology, etc., but anyway, everybody understands all AI just really depends on the data. AI depends not only on the data I can share, maybe it only depends on the people who can create like good flows, because on more of that, it depends on the final result what we're expecting. I'm fully believe that to create real goals, we need to communicate more. Only these visits, I appreciate that a big team from Kenya visited Kazakhstan a few weeks ago. Now we are doing our steps. Only through that we will understand each other, and through that only we can create really strong win-win cooperation. As we know, Kazakhstan Garab where I'm working for the last few years, actually we are working with the satellites, we are trying to get data, do analytics, etc., I can't talk about that much, but actually goal as, it's not like a technology, as for technology, it's goal like get technology as a help economy, help people to make a right decision. So if you like have any idea about that, and to get the correct and right data, we are trying to be more global. As you probably know, so we already started joint project for constellation of satellites, and current our partners is the Republic of Congo and Nigeria. And I do believe that more and more countries will be part of that, because through that we are going to grab exactly like correct data, to put through analytics to use AI. And I do believe that all Africans will be like not user of AI as a result, will be like real part of like a space economy. So join us for partnership. We will help you. I know that through that days we will learn a lot from you. Thank you for this opportunity. That's all.
Thank you again, Ambassador Tigo and Mr. Kojayev, for those keynotes. So we will now jump into the panel, and I'd like to invite up my distinguished panelists, starting first with Lynette Nyangao, who's the Executive Director of the Institute for Development Data, Fabrizio Scorlini, the Senior Director of Programs for Humanitarian OpenStreetMaps, Matthew Pennells, who's the Director of Global Community Engagement at Esri, Janet McLaren, Policy Manager from GPSDD, and Charlene Migwe, who is the Deputy Regional Director for Eastern Southern Africa at ID Insight. Right. Just making sure that's working. Is it working? All right, great. Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you all for joining me this morning, where we're going to talk about three main topics: AI for the public good, AI in space, and Africa and global AI governance. So I'm amazed that we're going to cover these three topics in 20 minutes, but there we go. So first, Lynette and Fabrizio, let's start with AI for the public good. So Lynette, my question for you is similarly quite simple and very easy to answer in 5 minutes or less. But what are the blockers that you have encountered that limit AI's potential to impact the common good?
Great. Thanks, Chris, and good morning, everyone. I will very quickly talk about three instead of one. And I'll start off by the things that we see are really impeding how, and I will talk about Africans and African countries are engaging with AI. Number one is skills, financing and investment, and data. And when we talk about skills, Chris, you've talked about Kenyans being among the top users of AI. But then, how many models are actually coming from Kenya, and what kind of development is happening? Yesterday's panels that talked about AI, a lot of questions were asking, why are African countries not using AI? And one of the responses I gave in one of the panels was because governments generally are very risk-based, so they do not go into new things. And we have seen some of the issues that have come out of companies, global companies, going into AI so fast, and you know how much they're spending on that. Do we have the right skills to be able to do the right thing for our people? And the skills that we're talking about here are not just technical skills. My background is computer science, so I'm not expecting that everyone will be a software engineer and will go in and develop models. But then there are skills about identifying the risks. There are skills about identifying the groups that need, this AI for public good. And when we're talking about this, we also have to look at, how are the skills being developed in schools? How are the skills being developed from a very young age to the extension of developing the AI, so that we also become not just users, but also developers. The second part on investment and financing. To fully have impact when it comes to new technologies, Ambassador Tigo has talked about us not being in a digital age anymore. But for us to move onto that intelligence age, we also need investments to be able to do this. If you're going to do anything at scale, we have to have the right kinds of investments. And investments are not just from the global communities, the donors, it's also investments locally and investments from governments. Professor Mariana Mazzucato, in her book, The Entrepreneurial State, talks about how governments, and specifically the government of America, invested in the very pioneer technologies. When you're talking about GPS, when you're talking about Wi-Fi, and even now with AI, you would hear American companies talking about subsidies and the kind of investments that the governments are making. Can African countries also do that? And then very finally, on data. you cannot do data well if you do not have the right data or if you do not have good data. We have a lot of disaggregated data. For the last about 16 years of the data revolution in African countries, we continue to talk about the issues of data. Do we have the right data? Why do we have data silos? Why do we have people who are not, invested in working with data? And in this case, we work in developing the data infrastructure for Africa. And data infrastructure is not just fiber optics and the very technical, physical infrastructure. Data infrastructure involves people as well. It involves, systems in how that data is going to be developed. And then we have the data itself. So we have to look at all these aspects when we're thinking about the barriers and try to address the aspects for us to be able to move on to the next level. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Lynette. So the blockers, skills, investment, and data. But thank you for taking us deeper in what specifically in those matter. So I appreciate that specificity. All right, Fabrizio, talk to us a little bit about what you see as the levers to making AI more just, accountable, and grounded in real-world needs.
Jambo Asante, gracias. Thank
Asante.
you for welcoming me here today. That's a critical question, I think. And we need to look a bit beyond the algorithms here. Like, we need to look at what's behind the algorithms. And what behind the algorithm is data. Data that is not often collected for the purpose that these algorithms are being now deployed. Data that is often missing, as Ambassador Tigo reminded us about the 2,000 languages that are just not there here in Africa, but also about, for instance, map data, which is what my organization actually works with. When you are not on the map, you are definitely not there to receive support, to receive help. As we learned in our foundational moment in Haiti at Port-au-Prince, where we responded to an incident where essentially, Port-au-Prince was not on the commercial maps. And people like Médecins Sans Frontières, the Red Cross, and others had to rely on volunteers in the US digitalizing satellite imagery to support the response. That's the foundational moment where the absence of data can be turned into data available for action on the ground. But that reality still remains. This was 15 years ago. And we are now responding to Ebola in this same continent, nearby in DRC. We are still finding the same challenge. The contact tracing that is needed to actually understand an epidemic needs to rely on data that is available for this to happen. And you need to do this, ideally, before the incident happens, not during the incident. That means you need a digital public infrastructure in place to do this. And we are so lucky to count on the generosity of satellite imagery companies that essentially provide this imagery to us and others so we can, provide a response. But in the end, there's something wrong there. We are relying on generosity, not on rules, not on a digital public infrastructure that is designed so when this incident happens, that data is available in a reliable way that can be sustained over time, so we can do our work as well in an anticipatory manner. So when you think about this data that is missing, or that we need a certain level of coordination for this to happen, that is transcending commercial interest to actually look into our collective or public interest. So when you talk about levers, like one big thing is, of course, about who is collecting the data, who is actually doing that kind of work, how that's actually representative of the realities on the ground, and that's super important and often misunderstood. I think in the articles you shared before we joined this panel, you also have all these stories about these people, being data labelers, people that are actually building the infrastructure, just, consistently ignored and underpaid. We cannot just afford that. If you really want, good data, good trained data, that has to be addressed. And on the other hand, I will say that we also need to consider the building of this digital infrastructure that my colleague was referring here. How does it look like beyond the policy paper? We need to get this done, right? So we need to get the engineers in the room. We need to make sure that those engineers are properly supported and are addressing the shared challenges. And finally, I think I would say that we also need to set up the right accountability mechanisms. Principle-wise, I think we're getting there. People are after, I think my last tally of this was 70 declaration of principles around AI. So we got that covered. I think we are, we're there. But how these principles are enforced, I think that's critical. So from where I sit at the moment, where we are actually developing AI for assisted mapping, so mappers can be supported and advance the mapping processes in a more efficient manner. We are trying to practice what we preach, basically. So we are working with communities to collect data in an open manner. We are developing an open algorithm that hopefully reflects that community reality, and also putting humans in the loop. So when the algorithm is deployed, you also get humans validating the data and ultimately supporting the efforts, the mapping efforts that are happening at the moment. But that kind of work is hard. And developing this type of work is an endeavor that has to be collective. And of course, there is room for the private sector as well to step in. But algorithms just cannot be pushed from a distant lab in some distant place on a reality that is not completely understood. We need to work that out, and that's a human endeavor, not an automation endeavor. So yes, in the end, as my colleague was saying, as Mr. Tigo was saying, it's a human endeavor where the Global South has much to offer, where the Global North as well has much to offer. The balance of this, the dance that needs to happen for this actually to become something that serves all humanity is actually what is at stake at the moment. We play this really small role in a little corner of the geospatial world, but this debate happens across all domains. And as a result, that's the challenge for all of us in order to actually expand these debates, these questions, but these actions as we move forward in this agenda.
Thanks so much, Fabrizio. I think you're talking so much also, again, around when we think about these questions of power, what are their contours, right? And I'm hearing from you key issues around who is collecting this data and the nuance around that. These questions of infrastructure, especially digital infrastructure, and 70 accountability mechanisms, very little enforcement. So these are all ultimately power. So from these ground level questions, we're now going to go to AI in space. So if you're an American of a certain generation, you might remember the Muppet Show, and everything was in space. So anyway, but jokes aside. So Matthew, I would love it if you could talk to us a little bit about how have companies used geospatial data to train AI, and what have been the real world impacts of that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, and good morning, everyone. I think it's, first of all, such an emerging space. You ask me this question tomorrow and you get a different answer. I think the first thing is, though, is that the geospatial industry has been doing this for quite a while. It's just got trendy with the new name of AI. If you look back, feature extraction from imagery has been going on for a number of years. It's all sort of just big data, whichever buzzword you want to call it. But I think as we now bring it into the AI reality, it was obviously a lot about imagery, pixels, and understanding what pixels were. Was something a building, was something a forest, what the land cover. That kind of continues. I'd say that's quite a mature process now. It's getting better and easier with compute power. I think more and more now you're seeing things like spatial embeddings, which is more in the AI ecosystem, but also GPS tracks, LiDAR data, different types of sourced imagery, street view imagery, live imagery, video feeds, and this kind of stuff. So I think that's where the thing. As it comes to the training, I think obviously we know that there are biases in many types of technology, including AI and training. So I think we definitely encourage our users to train on what it's meant for, in the locality, spatial resolution, and temporal resolution as well. But also, we also try to, though, sort of lead in the conversation, try to put out some models so they kind of don't have a blank screen to start at, because there's no point us all learning from scratch. We can definitely share some of that learning. So we've heard different work about sort of sharing knowledge and practices and data commons and so forth that are examples of those, but really that training discussion I think is ongoing. But I'd also say the sort of flip side to the question is the responsibility of doing some of this training. There's no point big tech companies putting loads of effort in and doing things that aren't useful locally. They definitely want to lead the conversation, but we've got to be very mindful that there's a legal framework that's very unclear right now. The legal landscape around AI is just, they're trying to play catch up, and they're not an organization or an industry that moves that quickly. The same as academia is trying to keep up and teach AI, same principles. But also the climate impacts of AI are massive. So if we all start running the same models, doing the same thing, we're creating more problems somewhere else by burning through. I can't remember, there's many stats out there, but a 5-second video of AI-generated video is the same as charging your phone 25 times. So it's not responsible for everyone to be doing everything. And then there's great programs there where if there is going to be AI data training, to speak locally, you've got programs like Digital Earth Africa and even Kenya Space Agency are doing it once so that their colleagues in the country or in the continent can learn from it or use it. So there's that kind of, if people are going to put effort into training, it needs to be done in a shared fashion so that not everyone's burning not just the energy, but they can do it once and learn. So I think it's an emerging space. Maybe that gives you a little bit of an insight onto it, but it's doing it within the context of watching what the legal frameworks are saying, because this new EU AI law that's come out means some of the things that we were doing technically, our users shouldn't be doing because they're classed as what they call high risk. But that's still so undefined and untested in the legal systems that it's not clear. So I think, not to say don't do it, but definitely talk to your colleagues before you do some of these trainings, because it might already be done. It might be working in these examples where what's the level of accuracy needed? Can I identify a damaged building after a disaster? Then we don't all need to do that. It needs to be done once, shared in a public infrastructure, and then we can all work off the same data. Unfortunately, still in the disaster ecosystems now, it's getting better, but you'll still see 10 different companies doing the same thing and trying to offer up a good, and they're doing it in the best intentions. But if we can coordinate around that better, then that obviously reduces that AI impact, but also increases the quality of data. Thank you.
Thanks so much for those remarks. It's interesting to reflect a little bit between you and Fabrizio on sort of on the ground versus on sort of the frontier technologies, but the issues are not too dissimilar. But thank you also for introducing these questions around legal risk, about avoiding duplication, also very important parameters to keep in mind as well. So for our last part of this panel, I'm going to turn to Charlene and to Janet to talk a bit about Africa and global AI governance. And Janet, I'll start with you. What is the value of a global framework for governing AI in a fragmented world? Another simple question.
Yeah, thanks. I know that we all know that we're living through a time of enormous change, and we're in a pivotal moment. The rise of generative AI, as we've talked about this week in many sessions, has really increased the emphasis on data, digital infrastructure, and the rules that govern them. I think almost everyone so far has mentioned some of these rules. They're at the top of the mind, of our minds. This summer, the UN will convene the Global Dialogue on AI Governance, and a parallel process on AI, the Global Dialogue on AI and the Working Group on Data Governance, two parallel processes. And that came out of the Global Digital Compact, which Ambassador Tigo mentioned is an opportunity, I think, for a more inclusive process. This could be an opportunity to shift power if it is seized. Member states are going to come together to talk about whether and how AI and data can be governed collectively. And I think that's an important question that concerns all of us. The power in these systems is so highly concentrated, and the decisions that are being made in boardrooms and in policy circles and in other small spaces are going to have impact on us for decades. And so I think it's easy to be disillusioned or cynical about these high-level global conversations. But at the end of the day, I think what they do is they create space for more of us to engage and to shape the norms and the rules that will affect us for the future. They're not going to solve every problem. They're not going to address these really practical challenges necessarily that we experience on the ground. And we know for sure they're not going to overnight rebalance power in the international space. But what they can do is help us to build shared norms, identify common interests, and ensure that the future of AI is not determined by the very small subset of people, institutions, and countries that are involved in decision making. We already know that AI is transforming our society. We saw on the Slido how many of us are using it. The question, I think, now is whether we can come together as a global community to make changes that will ensure that the benefits of this technology can be more widely shared.
Thank you for that. And thank you for also calling out sort of this tension I think many of us sort of sense or feel but rarely articulate about the temptation to be cynical about some of these global agreements. Because at the end of the day, it's the space that matters. Because if we don't have those spaces, then nothing is going to change. And so, I take hope in that, if nothing else. So last and certainly but not least, Charlene, a question for you. How can Africa shape the landscape of global AI governance?
Great. And can you hear me? Okay. So I think, Chris, I was cynical around this global conversations on governance. And we did, before I joined ID Insight, we did a project around all these global norms and standards we're setting. Are implementers actually taking them up? We talk about human in the loop. Is it happening? How are they doing it? And what are they grappling with? it was sad to see that most of them are not. These are innovators who are trying to make sustainable solutions, and where are we meeting them where they're at. So at ID Insight, to give a bit more context, because I'm going to give the Africa perspective from a practitioner's lens, because I think we have the tangible outputs from some of the AI work that's happening in the continent that can be elevated to inform some of the global governance conversations. And that's why I'm no longer cynical, because I think it's still important to have both levels. And at ID Insight, we've done a lot of short-term AI fractional engineering support for a number of social sector players and a number of governments across the world. Particularly in Africa, we see three main things. We see, as everyone knows, data is important. I'm not going to deep dive into that. But I think what I will emphasize on Africa's value in the global governance conversation on data is the most exciting conversations I have in the ecosystem right now is on language data. These guys are doing transformational work, the Masakanes and the rest. They're creating new methodologies of how to collect data that would improve AI systems. But more importantly, they're coming up with new power dynamics in data collection that's feeding AI. We see a lot of IPs or licenses that are coming up on how do you collect language data in a sustainable manner where communities can actually generate value from that data. We're seeing, because language data, if you think about it critically, we wouldn't say, oh, we've collected Kiswahili data, that's it, goodbye, 1 year, we're done. It's a consistent and continuous process as languages evolve. That means there's consistent community engagement around that. That's where Africa can play a role in defining what that consistent, inclusive data collection means in a more inclusive manner, and communities can derive value from that. The second one is on models. I think we forget about models. Our data science team and ourselves, we always make jokes that all models are bad, some are useful. And sometimes we lie to people, we lie to policymakers, we lie to people that our model is foolproof, you can use it for blah, 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 blah. But we need to be honest in the consistent management and support that the models that we're putting out there to make critical decisions that affect citizens and what's needed for that to be done. So how can we have accountability systems around that from a governance model? And my last one is on use cases and learning. If we think about the number, and all of us can attest here, all those in the AI ecosystem, a lot of people come to us at ID Insight and say, we want AI. I think it's going to help me with it. Another strong governance question is when to use AI and when not to use AI. And AI is really useful for the we're in a critical time in history where our resources are very limited. How do you make sure we're using the resources for the right price? Don't just give a ministry or a social sector partner a machine learning model that would, and maybe a simple data lake or data infrastructure would support that ministry. So the governance of AI systems on when and not to use with the resources we have. And lastly, the learning that comes out of it and how we elevate it into governance conversations. We're going to hopefully do that in Geneva, and we're trying to think about, at ID Insight, one of the questions that really we struggle with the most is on all these AI things. What impact are they having? What are the socioeconomic impacts we're seeing with citizens in themselves? So we came up with an AI evaluation playbook with the Agency Fund and the Center for Global Development. That's an open source tool. I'm happy to share it with everyone. And it looks at how do you think about and how do you ground all the different standards we have in the world, the global standards? What does it mean when it comes to a practitioner's perspective? How do you make sure in Africa, for example, you're looking at the models? How do you evaluate models? How do you evaluate the product in itself when it touches the hands of users? How do you evaluate user impact? And how do you, at ID Insight, we're known mostly for impact evaluations, which are rarely affordable for most people. What are the other ways, such as A/B testing, that can support really making sure we are governing our AI systems in Africa in a way that it's being able to have the most impact on the citizens that we want, and governments are at the heart of all that, because governments are the only ones who can scale impact, and how do we have all that in one loop? Yeah.
Thanks so much, Charlene. Again, underpinning everything you said, I'm hearing this common theme, this important theme of truth-telling and honesty, whether that's about where the data is coming from and who owns that data and how are we being respectful of communities that are providing that data, especially in language, the accountability of the models that we're using and where they come from, and then really interesting now, really thinking hard about measuring and understanding the impact of these models. So yeah, thank you for sort of bringing this into reality for all of us too. So we are lucky because we have about 5 to 10 minutes to actually get questions from the audience, which I know we have not had that luxury of in many of these plenaries. So we're going to do that in a very high-tech way, which I hope is not too clunky, but once again, I'm going to ask you to take out your phones, and if my AV friends can pull up the Slido. We already have questions. Amazing. Okay. So open up the QR code and please put up a couple of questions, and I'm going to collect a few and then invite my distinguished panel to respond to them. All of us have very stiff necks as a result of this setup, but we're doing the best we can. Sure, if you'd like to.
I mean, in essence, OpenStreetMap is a whole ecosystem. The data is available, ready to download. So yes, it's something that the map changes every day as life, and that data is downloadable. There are like several ways in which you can use the data. We at HOT provide an export tool, particularly for humanitarian purposes that you can access through an API. But generally speaking, I think that will be the beauty is that the more we have access to different sources of imagery, that map gets to improve. The more aligned the interests are in order to improve that map, particularly for humanitarian issues, but we can go beyond that. That's how better quality will emerge. And the beauty of OpenStreetMap as well is that everyone, including researchers, can contribute to it. It's a shared endeavor for all mankind. So you can contribute, you can access it, and hopefully make it better.
Great, thanks so much, Fabrizio. All right, now we're getting question palooza, which is what I was a little bit worried about. This is great. I want to be respectful of some of the thumbs upping, so if we go to the top just so I can see which questions are getting the most thumbs ups. Awesome, great. Interesting, all right. So the second question is up to, all right, now I have this 3. This is an interesting one. As a Gen Xer myself, and in our older generations as well, how are we thinking about how we ensure AI works? And I would say not just for the older generations, but for the generally tech less savvy, because I think that's something that applies to all sorts of different generations in different contexts and language, location, your access to electricity, having a phone or a computer that can do these things. Anybody want to talk a little bit about how we think about improving AI access and equity? Lynette, I'm kind of looking at you.
Yeah, I can take that. We have to appreciate where different generations access AI from. And we have seen that most of the vulnerabilities that come with AI, especially for the older generation, around disinformation and misinformation. So how do we ensure, in Kenya, we like to joke that our mothers in WhatsApp groups are not sharing, deep fakes as well. So there's a lot of sensitization that needs to happen. I personally take issue with language when we talk about language, because we also need to appreciate the evolution of language. Because languages, for instance, African languages are quickly depreciating, and as more people tend to speak global languages like English or French or our original language that is Swahili. So it is about understanding the different users and where they are, but specifically for the older generation, not Gen X's, it's also about informing. But we have been victim of spreading disinformation, misinformation ourselves. So I think there needs to be a little more sensitization around identifying what AI is doing and how we can actually use it more effectively.
Great, thanks for that. Matthew?
Sure, yeah, if I may, I just wanted to share a really interesting example around that. There's some work going on, National Geographic and a company called Place down in a small island, Pacific island called Tuvalu, which is probably going to be one of the first full nations lost to sea level rise. And what they've done there is said, look, they've put a really challenging question to the UN to say, will you still recognize us as a nation if we don't have a landmass, which breaks every rule ever written. So they put really questions forward. But the other thing they're doing is building up a digital twin type environment of their culture, and not just the map, but song, dance, language, and they're putting that into, when it's not cold anymore, but a metaverse type environment to then be able to teach culture, etc., moving forward, even when their homeland may be no longer physically there. So I think thinking about accessibility and how to use these tools to make sure culture does live on. Is it perfect? No, but is it one option? So it's a really interesting example. Thank you.
Super interesting. Thanks for that. I like this number, the question that has 16 thumbs ups is, because it's an important one with no easy answers. And so Charlene and Janet, get ready. But what needs to happen to move from a conversation to making progress? Now that's written very broadly, but I assume what this is referring to is, we have this conference, we have 20 other AI and data governance conferences, we have all sorts of multilateral processes going on, we have bilateral processes going on, we have lots and lots and lots of great documents and conversations, but what is really changing, especially given just how concentrated power is in this space? Are we sort of just hitting a brick wall? So how do we move from conversation to change? Your mic.
How about that? Okay. I'm going to go out on a limb here and just say that this is talking about moving from these big governance conversations or conversations about progress to actually making practical change and moving forward. And I think there are many potential answers to this question. I think two key things, though, are partnerships and investment. And I think partnerships and investment towards capacity building, skills increase, infrastructure, actual feet on the ground in terms of who's putting policies and legal frameworks into practice. And I think that includes ensuring that digital connectivity reaches the people who are currently off the grid. And I think that includes bringing more people into the conversation. And I think all of that is powered through partnerships and investment.
Yeah, so I'd said earlier, I was a skeptic of global conversations. I think they're very important. I think the challenge I have was a question that has been asked. How do we move those conversations into the continent, into action? And it is practically meeting the innovate. Whether you are there or not, they will innovate. They will use the data. They will build models. Where do you find them? Do you find them in hubs? How do we engage innovators? Because citizens interact with the systems that they use. They don't interact with us as policy makers or etc. Number two, we have to resource them, and we have to resource it and scale what's already working. If you want, every time we speak about scale, it's frustrating where we say, yeah, we're going to scale it and move it to other countries. And if you think about it, the business model for AI systems is not like any other digital system in the world. You know how we used to do when you had e-commerce sites and you say, the more users you have, it acts to this. It's much harder to understand how to scale existing AI systems. Resourcing it more into understanding the markets that they're in. Yeah.
Thanks for that. And what I'm hearing is the spaces matter. We need to think very intentionally about who is in those spaces. And then it's this deeper question of specificity and resourcing the things that work. And again, the type of work that ID Insight is doing with CGD to help understand what actually is working is key. Fabrizio and Matthew, I was thinking maybe you guys might tackle from space and from the ground this question on up to what limit is my data safe? I think what this is really saying is how do we think about data safety, whether that's working directly with communities or as we're looking at pixels of the entire globe, how do you guys think about safety in your respective lanes, I guess?
Safety has several dimensions. Like in our case, when you collect the data, you need to make sure the people doing it are actually safe in humanitarian spaces. And that's a very, sensible thing to do. Like we do have ethical protocols on how that data is collected, particularly in some cases, even protecting the identity of who is collecting the data and running the analysis. In some war scenarios, that has been the case for HOT. So there's an element very tangible there, like good old-fashioned, ethical protocols around data collection. But when you move a level up, which is like, okay, what kind of infrastructure we are going to have to actually make your data safe, that's where we need to work with the private sector and with the government sector as well. We need, a strong, solid, framework, to make geospatial data safe and reliable in the long run, particularly if we are building together a digital infrastructure for that. That's not there, by the way. So in some countries, in some places, maybe, but at the moment, that's not there. At Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, we do our best actually to have those maps available to authorities. We do have our backups, our copies. We do have ways in which people can reach to us to correct those maps. But, and vandalism in this open platform is, not very common, but there's a possibility. So what I will recommend there is to think, in the particular case of this user, what's safety for you? What's the threat model behind that? And from our end, it's how these three sectors coordinate. So geospatial data is truly a public asset that we can rely upon when the time comes.
Yeah, again, where do you start? I think so. I'll build off Fabrizio's comments. So there are some efforts. There's a movement called Overture Maps Foundation, which is trying to bring a balance and checks and balances approach to OpenStreetMap's a fantastic resource. They're trying to bring a stabilization layer above to avoid vandalism in the data, so that then decision makers, whether they be private companies or governments, can use the data and know that it's been sort of verified in that way. So the more layers of verification is one route, and as a company, we take part in that sort of consortium. But also then on the complete personal side of things, I was at a conference a couple of days ago, and I won't ask people to do it now, but they said, get your phone out, look to settings and privacy and see how many apps have access to your location. And it's a shocking number. And I think actually what I'd say is there's a bit more personal control than maybe we give actually realize. And you can go in and turn off a lot of these settings in social platforms and other platforms. Some make sense to have on, but then it's that compromise. Am I happy to share a bit of my data to be able to make my drive to work easier? And that's obviously a personal decision. So I say there is a bit more control in there. I think lastly, how do we ensure it more as an Esri perspective? We have something called the Living Atlas, which is about 12,000 data sets that we don't make them, they come from other places, they're contributed. And we go through our checks to say, are you Kenya Statistics Bureau? Yes, we know you are. Therefore, your data is going to appear higher in a search, so that then if there are humans or AI, agentic AI reading data, looking for population data or traffic data, they're finding stuff that's meant to be there. Not that anyone's putting out this malicious data, but someone does a student project and posts the data. You don't want that to come up top. You want the government data or the data from TomTom or here to come higher up. So there's an element of your data being sort of checked and balanced, but I think personally we have a bit more control, and as a company we have to comply with about 190 countries worth of data rules to say that this is verified or this doesn't get released. And I don't want to get to mapping and what people like to call their sea versus borders of countries. It gets very complex. So yeah, we've opened a map in different places, it looks different, and that's a lot of work on our side to make sure people's data is in context and safe.
Love it. Thanks for that. Thanks for both those. Those of you who missed it, there was a joke question up there, which is, what if I am AI? But I like that though, because actually we are all AI. AI is us. It's our data, right? I mean, I always love that when people say, well, the AI did this. The AI is just a model, right? So anyway, I like the little thought-provoking there. We have time for one last question, and Lynette, it's going to go to you. And it's another really easy question. So, shouldn't we focus on solidifying our data sovereignty instead of AI governance for the global south, especially in Africa, which has been overlooked? So this big tension between data sovereignty and not sovereignty.
Yeah, and I have spent the last 1 year and continue to do so, really thinking about data sovereignty, especially for African countries. So it's a very apt question for me. Sovereignty does include governance. So sovereignty is not a very exclusive concept to AI governance. But sovereignty also comes with commitments. Are we making the right commitment to be sovereign? When I was talking about skills and being able to develop the AIs here, we have possibly, hopefully, heard of the concept of sovereignty washing, where, everyone talks about African countries need to be sovereign. But then what does sovereignty actually, take? For Africans to govern themselves and to develop their own systems, there needs to be investments. There needs to be the right skills. The data really needs to be there. So we can focus on that, and we should, in fact, focus on that. And what that is going to do, it's going to ensure that in the global south, we are going to develop the data systems. We are going to develop the skills that are needed. We are going to ensure that we have the right infrastructure. We are going to ensure that we are creating the right models. When there was a question, so I'll kind of merge it up. When we're talking about inclusion, including Africans, including women, including our children or men of African descent, we have to make sure that we are the ones who are building. When we're talking about bias, bias is an overrepresentation of one's experiences. So the bias that we are seeing in AI is simply because that AI is not coming out of the continent. So we really need to, for us to be truly sovereign, the AI needs to come from the continent. So the investments need to come from here. The data needs to come from here, so we have to represent our data sets. The skills have to come from here, so we need to make sure that the people who are building the models, to a large extent, look like us, to a large extent, have our experiences, and that is how we will become truly sovereign, and that is how we will become truly represented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're out of time, and we're between you and coffee, I think. So what a great conversation to unpack around these huge questions of power, exploring these tensions around self-agency, around spaces, around resources, getting to the specifics of what we need to do. So we've only scratched the top of the iceberg, but I really, really appreciate it. So Lynette, Fabrizio, Matthew, Charlene, and Janet, thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you, everybody, for participating.
Panelists, please stay up on stage for a picture. Panelists, please stay up stage. A big round of applause for the panelists. A big round of applause for the keynote speakers. And a big round of applause for Chris Maloney for moderating this session very well. I am between you and tea. So I have a few announcements. If you've lost something within the 3 days we've been here, it can be found at the help desk. If you've lost something, you go to the help desk and it'll be found there. And when you're transitioning from this room to another room, please carry your belongings. Carry your belongings with you, because there'll be community sessions happening and also some sessions happening in Ballroom 1 and Ballroom 2, and want to transition those rooms as well. And the tea is being served between now, 10:45 to 11:15. So be back in your respective rooms by 11:20 so we can start the next sessions by 11:30. Thank you so much. Enjoy your tea, mingle, network, and get to know each other. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Please rise to your feet. Please rise to your feet. Please rise to your feet. Ladies and gentlemen in Ballroom 1, quick energize activity just to say thank you for being on time. Please rise to your feet, loosen up. This is gonna be a fun one. It's gonna be fantastic, I promise you. It's the best one I have. It's the best one I have. So what we're going to do is, right, if you see a seat in front of you that is empty, what I would love you to do is pick up your bag, take a step to the side, and fill in the seats in front. Again, it's just so that when the mass of people come in, we can give them room to come in without disturbing us. I told you it's a fun one. I told you this is the best energizer activity. So again, we're asking if we can try and fill the seats in front first before we go ahead and fill the ones at the back so that we are all comfortable and we can be cozy and intimate from minute 1. And if there are no seats in front of you, you do not have to go to the floor. You may just sit where you are. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not yet in Ballroom 1, we are asking that you join us in Ballroom 1 so that we can get started with our session. If you're in the exhibition area, if you are in the lobby area outside, if you're still having tea, we ask that you join us in. Thank you. 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nyevu, for being the only one to shout out loud. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, just a little bit louder. Only a little bit louder. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. I will definitely take that, and I appreciate that. Welcome to a very exciting and insightful session we're going to have. We're going to be talking about moving data from silos to actual ethical insights. We have a very charged and powerful conversation, and we're happy to be joined by Honorable PS for the State Department for ICT and Digital Economy, Engineer John Tenui. So he will be giving some remarks. We will have a good panel session, and we have a very exciting announcement that's going to be given a little later on. And I won't even tell you who, I'll tell you who. KNBS and Safaricom are going to impress us with something short. However, before we do that, and before I invite our keynote address to the stage, I want us to do a very quick 1-minute energizer. We've been talking about data, and mathematics is the foundation, the technical foundation of data and space and engineering and programming and mathematics and all of that. So this is what we're going to do very quickly. I'm going to ask us all to rise to our feet. Please rise to your feet and pair up with somebody. Pair up with somebody. If there's anybody who is pair up with someone, okay. If there's anybody who is unpaired, let me see who we have. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now I want you to stand back to back. If you do not have a pair from the first row, please join me. We shall be the guinea pig. Brigadier Director General. Okay, aha, he found a pair at the very last minute. Okay, who does not have a pair in the first row? Should we invite our Honorable PS to join us on stage for this demonstration? Yes, no? Honorable, okay, fine, there we go. Okay, our Director General from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Abudo, please join us on stage. So this is going to be a simple, let's give him a round of applause. Although, Jenna, you don't have a pair right now. Jenna, please join as well. Fine, you two, no, please, Jenna. There we go. In fact, we should get 2 pairs of demos. So let's have our Brigadier Director General Hilary Kipkoskei to join us on stage, as well as our keynote address chief guest. All right, let's give them a round of applause. So the activity is very simple. You will stand back to back with your partner, whoever you're paired with, okay? And then let me stand somewhere so the camera, I don't move around too much. There we go. And then it's a simple addition game that we're going to do. You're back to back with your partner. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1, and then you both turn around and face each other. And using one or both hands, you hold up a number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Each of you will hold up a number with your own hands, and the first person to add up the numbers together and shout out the correct answer is the winner of that little round. Does that make sense? All right? We'll give an example. We'll give an example with Nyevu. Nyevu is here, and we're going to stand back to back. So I'm going to count 3, 2, 1, 8. So I shout, I was first, obviously you could hear me. Nyevu, I was first, but that's what you need to do. And it's very important that you jump. There's no turning around, you have to jump. Okay, so please, back to back, everybody, let's do this very quickly. Back to back, back to back, back to back. Okay, are we all ready? Ladies and gentlemen at the Global Data Festival and Kenya Space Expo and Conference, are we all ready? All right, in 3, 2, 1. All right, all right, all right. Hands up, hands up. Hands up if you won that round. Hands up if you won. Some pairs, no hands have gone. Some 2 hands have gone up. Okay, one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. Now I'm watching the front pair as well. 3, 2, 1. All right, fantastic, fantastic. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. And as a final round, I want us multiplication this time. So multiply the 2 numbers. All right, back to back, let's go. In 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a round of applause as you take your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now let's channel that energy. We've stimulated our brains a bit. We've laughed. We've smiled. We are prepped and ready for the conversations we are going to have. And help me, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage the Principal Secretary for the State Department's for ICT and the digital economy, a true titan of Kenya's ICT industry, both in the private and public sector for almost 20 years now. PS Honorable Engineer John Tanui. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage and gives us his keynote address. Until he gets here, ladies and gentlemen, until he gets here.
Thank you very much. Our CEO, Global Partnership for Sustainable Development, Ms. Chena Slotin, Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Dr. McDonald George, Director General, Kenya Space Agency, Brigadier Hilary Kipkoskei, the board members of KNBS, the international community present here, development partners, our colleagues from private sector, Safaricom, the civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's indeed a great honor to join you this morning at this very important event, the Global Data Festival and Kenya Space Expo, as we explore one of the most important drivers of progress in the digital age. That's enhancing data sharing for impact. Today, data has become a strategic asset that powers decision-making. Many call it data is the new oil. Others say data is actually the truth. And we are told in another conversation we had this morning that actually data is more than oil, because once you use oil, it's exhaustible. But data, it becomes better and better as you use and as you analyze. So it's become critical to economic growth and also for public service delivery. Across governments, businesses, academia, communities, the ability to responsibly share and use data is increasingly determining our capacity to solve complex challenges from healthcare, education, to climate resilience, agriculture, and financial inclusion. Despite the unprecedented growth in the data generation, much of the world's data remains fragmented, inaccessible, and unutilized. Valuable data sets often remain locked within institutional silos, whether private sector or public sector, this limiting their potential to creating public value. The challenges before us is therefore not simply generating more data, but creating trusted mechanisms that can enable data to flow safely, ethically, and effectively across sectors, borders, and even continents. Kenya today hosts one of Africa's most advanced digital backbones. We have ambitious plans to increase the connectivity. We have laid huge fiber infrastructure across Kenya, and we have this ambitious target to ensure we build additional 100,000 kilometers, and together with the private sector, from 2022, we've added close to 40,000 kilometers of fiber. Through the Kenya National Broadband Strategy and the Digital Master Plan 2022 to 2032, we are expanding last mile connectivity so that data is not just available in our urban cities like Nairobi, but in all areas including our far regions like Turkana, Kwale, Marsabit, just to name a few. The Kenya Space Agency, whose work is being showcased here in this expo, is extending also our reach even further using satellite and Earth observation data to inform decisions on agriculture, disaster response, urban planning, and many others. And we had very good conversations earlier on the potential of making this data available. So data sharing is no longer just a technical consideration. It is a developmental imperative. When data is shared responsibly, governments make more informed and evidence-based decisions and policies. Citizens also receive more efficient and personalized public services. Researchers accelerate their scientific discovery and innovation. Businesses unlock new opportunities and improve productivity. We are discussing about how businesses can make precise investment decisions, choice of locations, and even products. Communities also can gain greater visibility into issues affecting their livelihoods and have a better understanding of their situation. Similarly, in addressing world challenges like climate change, food security, disaster response, urban planning, no single institution possesses all the information required. Collaboration through trusted data sharing ecosystems thus becomes very essential. In Kenya, we recognize that data is fundamental for our digital economy. Under the government digital economy blueprint, significant investment and policies have been put in place. We have a digital public infrastructure, the data governance frameworks that we are currently working on. We already have the Data Protection Act. We are also drafting a very key tool, which will be very important to the conversations we're having here. That's the data governance policy. And we invite you to give us your input as we work on this very critical because of the topic we're having today, removing silos and ensuring that data can be shared in a trusted manner. Our vision is to create a trusted digital ecosystem where data can move securely between authorities while protecting individual rights and maintaining the public trust. The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner has the mandate of enforcing the Data Protection Act of 2019. These have strengthened confidence in our personal data collection, how it's processed, how it's stored, and how it's shared. And we are working with partners to enhance this platform. To further cement this public trust on a global scale, I am pleased to report that the EU-Kenya adequacy dialogue is currently at an advanced stage. This vital dialogue seeks the European Union's recognition that Kenya's data protection framework provides an adequate level of protection under the stringent EU data protection regulation, GDPR. Through a multi-agency committee, we have successfully demonstrated to the EU that Kenya possesses constitutionally grounded access mechanisms, independent accountability institutions, and robust judicial oversight structures to safeguard against arbitrary and unlawful surveillance. Subject to the completion of remaining institutional processes, we anticipate that the EU will commence drafting the adequacy decision soon. It's one of the conversations we are looking forward even to have in some of the bilateral discussions which will be taking place between Kenya and EU. This underscores that our frameworks are credible, robust, and ready to facilitate secure cross-border data transfers. And this will be very important, especially for the SMEs of our country who wants to engage with other entities, especially within the EU. At the same time, we continue to advance interoperability initiatives that allow government agencies to exchange information more efficiently, reducing duplication and improving service delivery for our citizens and businesses. Trust is the currency of the data economy. Without trust, citizens will hesitate to share information. Organizations will be reluctant to collaborate, and innovation will actually be constrained. Building trust requires strong governance, having clear policies, standards, and accountability mechanisms to guide data collection, access, sharing, and use. Privacy and security by design, data sharing frameworks must embed privacy, cybersecurity, and ethical safeguards from the onset rather than afterthoughts. Transparency. Individuals and organizations should understand how data is being used, who has access to it, and what benefits arise from its use. Equity and inclusion is key for data ecosystems to ensure that no community is left out. Marginalized populations must be represented in data sets and benefit from data-driven innovation. The future lies in moving from isolated data sets towards collaborative data ecosystem. This includes government-to-government data sharing, which we already encouraging through the various government digital platforms we have in place, eCitizen, the digital health system, and many other coming digital platforms in the government. We're also encouraging public-to-private partnerships, research and innovation collaborations, regional and cross-border data exchanges, including the adequacy decision we are seeking to receive from EU. Community-driven and citizen-general data initiatives. We also wish the citizen and the innovation community can be able to access this abundant data in our ecosystems. Emerging models such as data collaboratives, data trust, and federal data sharing architecture provide opportunities to balance innovation with privacy and sovereign concerns. Africa, in particular, has an opportunity to leapfrog national models by designing data ecosystems that are inclusive, interoperable, and fit for our unique context. As AI continues to reshape industries and societies, access to quality data becomes even more critical. AI systems are only as effective as the data that powers them. Responsible data sharing thus is so critical so that it can improve the AI accuracy and fairness, and also reduce the biasness and exclusion that can arise. It will also enable local innovation, support development of local AI solutions, accelerate research and entrepreneurship. However, AI also raises important questions around transparency, accountability, IP, and ethical use of data. Addressing these challenges requires collaboration among governments, industry, academia, and civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather at this very important Global Data Festival and Kenya Space Expo, I invite all stakeholders to commit to these key priorities to promote interoperable data ecosystems that enable seamless and secure information exchange. Strengthen data governance framework that protects the right while enabling innovation. Invest in data infrastructure and skills to build sustainable data economies. I hope in our conversations we pay more attention to this area about data infrastructure and also ensuring that we focus on the skills. Additionally, we need to foster on cross-sector partnerships that unlocks the value of shared data, and we're looking forward to the collaboration announced here between Safaricom and KNBS, and also ensure that data serves people, creating measurable social and economic impact. Structured frameworks should be established for public-private data collaboration. Some of the richest data sits in private sector, in mobile network, like mobile network operators, in financial institutions and platforms, in the various digital platforms, in logistics system. That data shared responsibly under clear governance terms can serve enormous public good. It can create new enterprises, digital enterprises that can unlock opportunities for jobs and also create new wealth for our country. Our ongoing EU-Kenya adequacy dialogue is going to be a game changer for this exact objective. By aligning our frameworks with international benchmarks like the GDPR, we are not just strengthening public trust, we are unlocking unprecedented economic value for our private sector. This adequacy alignment will eliminate cumbersome legal hurdles for cross-border data flows. And recently, Kenya removed some of the taxes which were there on digital exports, on exports of digital services. Globally, we should aim for data marketplaces that serves all regions. A data exchange platform, one where government, private sector, research institution, and civil society can share, license, and use data transparently rules is what we are seeking forward to. And as we have conversation, public sector and private sector, we look at having a common platform where this data can be exchanged. The true value of data is not found in databases or servers or dashboards. Its value is realized when it improves lives, empowers communities, informs decisions. We are talking about decisions of even schools, where to set up schools, how to relook at our infrastructure to improve commuting, road network. So that's the kind of value that we are looking forward to. The future indeed belongs to societies that can transform data into trust, trust into collaboration, and collaboration into impact. Let us work together to build data ecosystems that are open, where possible protected, where necessary, and beneficial for all. And let's take advantage of the ongoing policy development within the country, the data governance policy that Kenya is developing to ensure we set it as a global benchmark. By enhancing data sharing responsibly, we can accelerate innovation, strengthen governance, advance sustainable development, and create a more inclusive digital future. Finally, let us all know that data that is hoarded, decays, or left unused actually loses value. Data that is shared transforms and creates impact. Thank you very much, and have a great conversation in this important topic. Thank you, and God bless.
Can we please give Honorable Engineer Tanu another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We've practiced how we should do this. I don't think I've done a reminder yet at the post. One more time, a round of applause for our Honorable peer. Thank you very much. Again, it's only the front row. Thank you, Esperanza. I heard the loud cheer. And I think our peers shared a few valuable insights. Thank you so much for showing the work that Kenya is doing on a global and national level to improve transparency, accountability, ownership, collaboration, interoperability, and having data policy frameworks that improve lives, empower communities, and guide positive change. Thank you very much for that. And that's a perfect way to segue into the panel discussion that we want to have, and a perfect way for me to segue into introducing the gentleman who is going to guide this, because he oversees the evidence-based enabling of policies and programs for micro, small, and medium enterprises and startups. The managing director of VIFA Consult, Victor Otieno, is going to come and lead us on a discussion on how we can move from data silos to ethical insights and balance value and privacy. Ladies and gentlemen, with the loudest round of applause, can we welcome Victor to the stage? Woo! Round of applause for Victor!
Thank you so much. Probably just to start with an African proverb. PS has indicated that transparency and trust is very important. So probably for those of you who've heard the proverb, please bear with me. So this is an African proverb. So he who peels groundnuts for a blind man must keep whistling to prove he is not eating the groundnuts. So you can ponder about that. So the conversation is around trust, is around transparency. Data is very sensitive. So this, if you forget anything, please remember the proverb. So again, the conversation here is around data, and data has been said is a new gold, is a new oil. And here, of course, is just being able to explore how we can be able to use trusted data for development. So in Kenya, we have a big challenge of poverty. KNBS has given us statistics that we have upwards of a poverty rate of upwards of 30%. We have over 1 million young graduates who enter the labor market and are seeking economic opportunities, and they're not able to. So I think data, whether it's AI data or Earth observation data, is important to be able to unlock development. And when we talk about development, it has to be very practical to us. It's very easy to talk about development generally for the sake of it, but again, here is very practical. We have actual challenges of jobs, of poverty that probably, if we're able to share data as different institutions, then probably we can be able to unlock potential. Good case that I have, I think, top of mind is, I think the World Meteorological Organization has said that, or has given us a warning that we have 90% probability of El Nino taking place across the world, and in Kenya, we expect floods. Of course, that is a challenge that is coming, but again, just using Earth observation data and other types of data, it means that we can be able to prepare for this particular engagement. Anyway, so I have a very powerful panel that is going to help us unpack this conversation. So probably I can just request our panelists to just walk on stage. We have with us Sharon Holly from Safaricom. We can clap for her as she comes. Karibu sana. Esperance Magpante, if I from ITU. I hope I've not massacred the name. Karibu sana. Josh Powell, all the way from DC. Karibu sana. Then we have Abbas Jah from the World Bank. Karibu. So as they settle in, probably can just start, maybe just as an icebreaker, of course, just giving us a background about yourself, but most importantly, your favorite food, favorite animal, and why.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sharon Holly. I work in privacy at Safaricom. I've had a long career in risk management and compliance. A little bit about myself. My favorite food, I want to say today tacos, because I can pretend to eat a little, but maybe eat a few more. And animal is a peacock, because they're so beautiful and vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Esperanza Magpantay. I wear 3 hats. First, I'm a senior statistician in the International Telecommunication Union, a UN specialized agency. And the second hat is I'm also chairing the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics, specifically the mobile phone task team. So today I'll be wearing that hat in my interventions. And then a third hat, I co-lead the ITU World Bank Global Data Facility Initiative on the use of mobile phone data. So with regards to food, you can see I'm Asian, so I have to say I love Japanese food. And with regards to the animal, I love my dog, which is an American bully. And you can imagine, you know, a very sturdy looking dog, but underneath it's a teddy bear. Thank you.
Josh Powell. I'm the CEO of Development Gateway and IREX Venture, and also Vice President for Digital at IREX. My favorite food, I think, would have to be a good Sunday roast, because you put it in the oven, it goes all day, and your home smells like love all day. And then I'm a father of a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old, so I get asked about my favorite animal a lot. So of all the questions that I'm asked today, this is the one that I'm most prepared for. So my favorite animal is a North American beaver, and the reason is it doesn't just accept the world that's presented to it, it shapes its own ecosystem and the ecosystem of everything around it.
Hi, everyone. Is this working? Yeah, now it's working. Hi, I'm Abbas Jah. I'm the World Bank manager for urban development for Africa East and South. My favorite food is Greek yogurt, because it's packed with protein and you get really good Greek yogurt in Nairobi. And my favorite animal is the elephant, because it has a long memory, it never forgets.
That's wonderful. For Kenyans who are waiting for mena and githeri as favorite food, please. We are in an international forum, please. So I mean, just to start us off, again, of course, all of you are coming from different organizations. You've been able to interact with different countries, and of course, either from a farm level, just been able to engage around data, whether it's AI data, Earth observation data, whatever data it is. So probably you can just start. What are your reflections in terms of global best practices around what you've seen, either private sector to private sector or government to private sector collaboration that has led to development in any either country or the workplace that you have? So we can just start.
Great. I think for any collaboration, you have to have a common sense of purpose. What problem are we trying to come together to solve? When it comes to the data ecosystem, it's like a huge jigsaw. Each of us has a piece, and we have a responsibility to put the picture together for us to be able to solve the problem. We've talked about privacy and the role of data protection. Both the Kenyan laws under the Data Protection Act and as well as the global laws make sure that we then protect the rights of the individuals so that no personal information is shared, and so trust can be built in the system. And that, I believe, is some of the building blocks that we need in place, layering on top of the technology and the goodwill to make sure that we come out with a working premise.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much for that question. So I can share two lessons with regards to working together and partnerships. So first, at the international level, we have this UN Committee of Experts, particularly on the use of mobile phone data. And the big, I would say, contribution out of this is avoiding duplication and efficient use of resources. So in this task team, what we do is we discuss, we collaborate to come up with methodologies and guidance that would help countries in the use of mobile phone data. And using those methodologies and guidance, we implement. So implementation comes with, of course, resources, and through this global initiative that we have with the World Bank on the GDF-funded initiative, we are able now to implement in several countries of the world. And this initiative is now present in Africa and all our other regions of the world. And so this efficient use of resources, we don't duplicate, but rather we collaborate to make sure that we can build capacity, we can work with countries, and we can make sure that all our efforts go into good use and make sure that the countries benefit from them. At the country level, implementing mobile phone initiatives is a huge task. I think the Permanent Secretary has already alluded to some of the key challenges that there are, including trust, governance, skills, and resources, financial resources. And you can only achieve or address all of that if you put all stakeholders around the table, whether it's government agencies, sector ministries, the private sector, data protection agency, international experts, international organizations. So if you have everyone around the table, you can address all these challenges, and that will enable success in implementing these projects. So that's my quick reaction to that question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll maybe start by echoing some of what Sharon shared in terms of really starting with the problem and shared purpose. And I think it's very important to be specific about problem definition. I think very often where we see initiatives struggle is where the problem definition is, we need better sharing, and then you say, okay, why? And you say, oh, for better agricultural development. And that's fine, but it's probably not specific enough to generate action. Where we see more success is we need better data sharing because we need to drive down the cost and increase the availability of quality fertilizer for smallholder farmers at the right moment in the planting season. Or we need better data and shared data so that we can determine the appropriate excise tax structure for tobacco and cigarettes. Those types of kind of really specific, questions and problems, and that can start to then galvanize. And I think that starts with a very kind of consultative process And most of our work, we tend to kind of orient that process around government first. What are the policy priorities and objectives, and then bring in, in that process, civil society, academia, and others. And I think you can see tremendous success. And the other piece to that is that you have a built-in user for that when you are successful in creating data sharing. So here in Kenya, for example, the Presidential Economic Transformation Secretariat shared with us that every year before they design their $100 million fertilizer and input subsidy program, they consult the data that we had worked with a number of different partners, both government, private sector, academia, et cetera, to define how do they approach that. In Zambia and Nigeria, when they've been reviewing excise tax approaches for tobacco products, similarly looking at quite a bit of academic data in particular, but all starting with the question of what do you need to know and why do you need to know it?
So thank you very much for that question, and I want to really build on all what my previous panelists have said, and I agree with all the points made. And I think the lesson we've learned is that the biggest barrier to data sharing is a lack of trust. And I guess the line I would like to leave with you is that data doesn't get stuck on servers, it gets stuck in institutions. And often that is driven by a variety of reasons. It's often turf. I don't want to share my data with you. But it's also, just political economy or privacy concerns, and there are numerous things that hold it back. And I do want to underline the fact that this is not an easy task. And I lived in Singapore for 10 years. And I think Singapore exemplifies best practice in many ways in terms of data sharing. And if we have time, we can talk about their API exchange with this setup, which is a very beautiful public and private partnership. But that took them, well close to a decade to set that up. And the fact is that ministries and agencies do not want to share data. So typically, you want to pitch it at a very high level. So, the Prime Minister's office or the President's office should be leading this initiative, in my judgment. Thanks.
Maybe just, because you mentioned something that is very important, and I think maybe probably just to draw out, just focusing on Singapore. What are those top-level lessons that you think we can be able to pick? You mentioned that it has to come from top leadership or buy-in from top political leadership. What other lessons do you think can? Because that's a great example of a country that is harnessing data. Can you maybe top 5?
I mean, there are several that I could point to, but let me just take a few. So, right here in Africa, Togo stands out. They had the No-VC program during COVID, where very rapidly about 500,000 people were targeted for social safety net payments, and they were able to use satellite imagery and mobile phone data to target and very effectively transfer it. And what is remarkable about that program is that it was on 2G. It was not on smartphones. It was on 2G technology. So again, building on what our panelists said, sometimes we get really caught up with the technology and the next shiny new thing. But you really need to start with the problem definition first, and then sort of build the solution around that. And the solution has to be appropriate to the context in which you're operating. So that I think that is a good example. Estonia, of course, is kind of the poster child for e-government, and they have this program called Crossroads. It's written X Road, but it's called Crossroads, and essentially it's their e-government platform. And one of the principles they operate on is I think it's called One Touch, which is that if a citizen provides data once, you're never going to be asked again for it. And that reduces the friction a lot in terms of sort of operation. But again, sort of pulling back and sort of what is the big lesson? I think you need to start with a clear problem or a pain point, and then design your solution around that.
Josh, go for it.
I want to build a little bit on, I think the point on senior leadership and political leadership is really important, but one of the things you often run into is that leaders change, sometimes too quickly, sometimes not quickly enough. And you have to be able to address things at all levels. And so I think once you have that top level leadership, really being able to build into the bureaucracy, because I think Bureaucracies are built with quite a few white blood cells. They're very, very good at rejecting things that they don't want to do, that they're not incentivized to do, that aren't aligned with their own kind of processes and their own workflows. And so I think it's really critical to make sure that you're kind of attacking the issue at all of those levels, both because that helps you to move quickly, but also because, and we've seen this time and time again, that the systems that, or the data sharing agreements, et cetera, that we've had that are still in a place 5 or 10 years after we've left the country and the program has ended, are the ones where the bureaucracy itself sees the value in, and ultimately are the ones selling back, you know, when a new PS comes in, when a new minister comes in, and making sure that it's on the political agenda.
Yeah, Sharon, we talk about trust as a big issue. Maybe from your own reflections from Safaricom, what do you think, how do we practically build trust? Of course, we can have legislation, Data Protection Act, and all these, agreements. Outside of writing things on paper, either in terms of legislation, etc., are there any mechanisms, frameworks that you think, or just action that you think can be able to build trust ultimately so that we can get this data out to entrepreneurs for them to be able to innovate?
Trust is a huge component, and I think if you think about your personal relationships, how do you build trust? You need to see it, you need to feel it, you need to touch it. And one of the things that we've been really focusing on as an organization is, whilst we've got all the paperwork in place, whilst our terms and conditions are solid, whilst our contracts are good, and our technical safeguards are good, are we talking enough about how we take care of you? And that's an area that I think is really important as you build your profile of who am I, can I trust you? Do you give me a reason to believe? I like to call it a reason to believe. Can I see that when I use M-Pesa that you don't share all the names across to the other person? And we recently launched data minimization on P2P, which came from a customer insight as well. People said they didn't like when they were making mobile payments that person later contacted them and asked for more money or things like this. Yeah, they said we just wanted to do the one transaction. So you need to be able to, I believe, trust is give your customers a reason to believe, make sure it's built into your customer journeys, make sure you can see it come alive when they interact with you as an organization or your processes, and also listen out for feedback from your customers and look to proactively address the concerns that are being raised.
I don't want to interrupt, but
no worries,
build on, just so on this issue of how do you build trust, I think one of the more interesting innovations is this privacy by design architecture. So trust should not depend on that you and I are friends, but it should just be built into the structure. And I think one good example of that is India's biometric system called Aadhaar, where the whole structure was designed around privacy. So even if I give you my, unlike say the US social security number, if you have my US social security number, you can do a lot of damage. If you have my Aadhaar number, it really doesn't matter. So I think we need to kind of design systems around privacy. And I think Africa has a great opportunity because as we speak, many of these systems are being designed. So we can really influence that.
Yeah, so privacy by design.
Exactly. I wanted to say the same thing because that applies exactly on how we implement mobile phone projects. So privacy by design is indeed a key component, starting, of course, with the methods, privacy-preserving techniques, technologies, and related to methodologies to make sure that anonymization of the data is there, to make sure that you don't release information, even at the aggregated level, that can pinpoint back to individuals. And those methodologies that are being used currently in the projects, in the initiatives that we are implementing, make sure that this privacy component is respected for the individuals to be trusting that their data are being used responsibly and for public good. We are currently developing a mobile phone data governance framework where the strategic, the legal, and the technological component of using mobile phone data will be addressing trust as the main key component that is important for these projects to succeed in countries.
Josh.
Yeah, I think in thinking of trust and maybe looking a bit less of kind of trust in end users or society with systems and more between users in data sharing, I think about a combination of competence, verifiability, and altruism or neutrality. And so, a good example of this in the way that we've thought about this in Nigeria and public-private data sharing, again in the agriculture sector, is really engaging with 10 of the top, fertilizer suppliers together with the ministry and really identifying, where was their benefit. So again, starting with that problem, but then even once everyone agreed, there's still concerns about commercial sensitivity. There's still concerns about their competitors getting access to information. And so then structuring a governance process that's very clear and transparent and verifiable, having a trusted intermediary where there's a feeling of competence, and then feeling that there's a shared goal and neutrality or an altruism there and benefit to everyone. I think those combinations are really what initiate trust. And then I think, to the point of then trust has to be something that you can see and feel. Even if it's in there by design, many people won't immediately trust that that's the case. And that is then kind of reinforced or violated over time, depending on how it's implemented.
Yeah, so maybe shifting gears in terms of, because the conversation is data for development. Are there very practical use cases that you know of, or either you've experienced of, maybe read of, that we've seen data being shared and entrepreneurs accessing that data and using it either to innovate or do something around it, whether it's government data or just from where you sit? I don't know, Sharon.
We were just discussing with our director in charge of sustainability. We refer a lot to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data when we look at how we structure our foundation programs, where to focus our efforts, and that at a macro level in Kenya has helped us significantly innovating and focusing on our giving back programs. Yeah.
Thanks.
Again, I'm wearing the mobile phone hat. So globally, we see many countries now where mobile phone data is used as an important data source for national statistics offices. And this can only be achieved through established partnership between the operators, the National Statistics Office, the telecom regulators and ministries and data protection agencies. And these are happening in many countries, even in Asia, in Africa. There were a number of countries who are already benefiting from these partnerships. I would like to name a few, but I don't want to put them on the spotlight. We had a session yesterday where Botswana, Ghana, Gambia, and other countries, Kenya, who will be making an announcement very soon, are some of the success stories that we have from this region. In Asia, there's Kazakhstan, there's Mongolia. In Latin America, it's everywhere. So we have seen an explosion on the use of mobile phone data because partnerships enable them. Thank you.
Josh?
Yeah, I think one of the kind of innovations that's maybe on the surface not as exciting, but you don't see a lot of intra-government data sharing and collaboration across ministries. And so, and again, I think this comes back to a great example of one where it's something we worked on a number of years ago, and then you come back and you still see it operating. So in Senegal, probably 7 or 8 years ago, we worked with ANACIM, which is the meteorological agency, and the Ministry of Agriculture to support data sharing for early forecasting and for weather information for the ministry to make its decisions around inputs and so forth. And we kind of left, and a number of years came back and found that not only 5 or 6 years later, not only were they still using that, but they actually had kind of expanded on it and built out new and additional tools. Similarly, in Ethiopia right now, we've been working in the livestock sector and looking at collaboration across the Ministry of Agriculture, yes, but also the Statistics Service, the Ministry of Trade and Regional Integration, and a kind of parastatal livestock development institute. And each of those coming together, agreeing to share data and actually agreeing on a data standard, where they're able to make the data fully interoperable. And so now that's unlocking a lot of use around, for example, disease-free zones for export, vaccination campaigns, financial inclusion, and it then kind of starts to lead to what else can we bring into the equation, what private sector data can we bring in, and it's really building quite a bit of momentum.
So the example I would build on is it kind of goes back to the issue of high-level commitment. So it's, again, in Singapore, they have the digital ID system called SingPass. And related to that is a consent-based verification system called MyInfo. And they have found that because of MyInfo, the KYC, the Know Your Customer process by banks, has been completely automated. And so for each KYC, you save $50 per transaction. That's a significant amount. Yeah. The reason I'm citing this is that you need to build a coalition of support around these sort of data sharing protocols, and the private sector is a very big part of it. So if you can bring the private sector in saying, hey, you know, this system will save you $50 per transaction, they're going to be firmly behind it. So I think that's one good example I would share.
Yeah, so as we are wrapping up, of course we can be able to talk the whole day. Probably just to bring it home, are there partnerships that you're looking forward to around data sharing? Just from where you sit as you give your parting shots. Because we can talk, but again, you can fly. I was telling Josh, you can fly in, go up, go back, but without practical, meaningful partnerships that you're looking forward to, then probably you just have wasted saliva. Are there things that you, maybe from your reflection, of course I'm putting you on the spot, but are there organizations that you would want to collaborate with around data sharing, especially in Kenya, because of course we're in Kenya and we're in Nairobi. If not Kenya, then probably in Africa, that you think can help move this conversation forward?
I think top of my head, I would talk about the initiatives with the Ministry of ICT and data governance, because a big component of data sharing is trust and having the right frameworks in place. And the legislation that's coming through will help us as a country have a safe space in which to share and utilize that data across sectors.
I'm a bit ambitious. It's not just specific organizations, but I would like to see many countries, not just in this region, but globally, to be putting together internal partnerships within the country where all the stakeholders on the area, for example, I came from ICT statistics. So in this area, we need all the stakeholders to work together in the country to make sure that they can produce the data. The permanent secretary mentioned about the lack of connectivity in certain areas of the country, and you can only pinpoint who are those people who are not connected if the stakeholders are talking to each other, making sure that data gets access, that the stakeholders provide the necessary information so that they can combine the data. The National Statistics Office, for example, collects data using household surveys on finding out which part of the population are not connected with regards to age, gender, their location where they use the internet. But you also need data that will enable frequent, timely, granular information. And this is where mobile phone data could come in. So from the sector where I am in, all the stakeholders in the country are important to be sitting together and discussing how they can complement each other and how they can also help other sectors, whether it's tourism, migration, or disaster management. All these data sources will be enabling other sectors to make sure that they can make their decisions based on solid data and timely data. Thank you.
I think to me the most exciting partnerships are the ones that kind of dispel the myth of sectoral silos and that kind of recognize the complexity of the world and of development challenges that we're facing. And so just two to really highlight, one that already exists, the World Meteorological Organization and WHO collaboration around climate and health, and then driving that down to a country level and getting meteorological agencies, but also private sector, imagery and meteorological data into ministries of health. Also bridging between ministries of agriculture and ministries of health around the One Health agenda and thinking about zoonotic diseases and being able to really get ahead of those. And so I think the more and more we can think about the interconnectedness of elements that have been for so long kind of treated as siloed issues, the more exciting the combinations of data and the more complex it becomes.
So on this question of partnership, I want to say two things. One is that partnerships are successful when you are sort of coming around a common shared problem. And often after disasters, that happens a lot. And I want to give a shout out to our friends from Humanitarian OpenStreetMap here, who have done amazing work with the World Bank and with many other agencies on sort of co-creating data using the population and the public. And one of the good examples is after the Haiti earthquake, where we realized that most of the structures in Haiti were not mapped, and we were able to rapidly do so with the help of our friends from OpenStreetMap. And I had a second point, but I've forgotten it. So.
It's good. So thank you so much. I think that's been our time, ladies and gentlemen. We have Sharon Hawley from Safaricom, Esperance from ITU, Josh Powell from Development Gateway, as well as Abbas from World Bank. So that has been your time. Our time probably would have maybe loved to take a few questions, but again, because of time, we would beg to stop there. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for such an engaging conversation. Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them another round of applause with a few more whoos and whas? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Victor, and the entire team for that very, very engaging discussion. As they smile for the photo, we want to, I think it's a perfect way to segue from that of what we should be doing to remove the silos and share data in a way that is fair and just, and to move into a special little announcement and collaborative announcement that we are going to have. I, of course, will not be making the announcement. There are two individuals who are going to come and share a little something special that I think is a sign of how we're going to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard him speak already. However, he has not yet received a round of applause as loud as the one we are about to give him. Please help me welcome to the stage the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, my mouth got stuck on that, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Director General, Dr. Obudo, as he comes and gives us a few remarks. Until he gets here.
To our, is it on really? I'm not sure. Okay, so to our chief guest, our PS engineer Tanui, who is with us here, to my co-chairs for this event, we have Brig Hillary, DG Kenya Space Agency, the CEO of the GPSDD, Madam Jenna Slotin, all our guests, and today we also have our colleagues from Safaricom joining us here. We welcome you and appreciate you to be part of us today. All the colleagues, good afternoon. Yeah, so I stand before you here at this point to just say a few words, and they are words that we feel are very important to us. But first, as I do that, I would like to congratulate the young man, Victor. Victor, who has just moderated the last session here, happens to be a son of my former colleague in the Bureau. So Victor is a product of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. In fact, the funds that took him to school for him to be here came from the Bureau and also through the loans from Hazina Sacco, where the mother was in, and I'm part of that. I'm very excited, really. When you have a young man getting to this point and able to scale up his game to the international level, so you appreciate that. So we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good. Now, mine is to be very delighted this afternoon because today we'll confirm the partnership that the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is having with Safaricom on insights into the use of mobile data, mobile phone data for statistical purposes. In this, in the whole discussions that we have been having, there's been a lot of the need to partner, a lot of the need to share information, a lot of the need to really leverage technology. And of course, then the element of the big data comes in. And so we are getting into it just in a moment. Many NSOs have really been struggling to get the mobile network engaged with the mobile network operators, that is the telcos generally. But that has not been very easy. Even for us, we have made the attempts a number of times, but that did not work for us until when the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, GPSDD, came in about 5 years ago to support us. So you can imagine how long that has taken for us to really get there. We were also working with the Flowminder Foundation, and in fact, just as I was seated there 18 minutes after noon, I got a message from the director in charge of partnership at the Flowminder, giving me congratulations, meaning that she has heard of something. I think word moves very fast. Yeah, so in 2016, Kenya happened to have been among, no, it was between 2016 and 2018, Kenya was chosen from Africa to be among 6 countries that were identified by the International Telecommunications Union to be a pilot project on big data for measuring information society. The other countries that were involved in this are the United Arab Emirates, Georgia, Colombia, South Korea, and the Philippines. The verdict of that was that Kenya was really ready. It was confirmed that Kenya was really ready to use the mobile phone data. And from there, we got support from the World Bank in 2024, where Kenya was selected to be among the first cohort in the World Bank Global Data Facility on putting mobile phone data to work for policy. And so as we are getting to this journey, we noted again that there are a number of countries that have also made very good steps to achieving this. One of the countries is actually Ghana, that even yesterday afternoon we had a very good discussion on the same topic. And Kazakhstan was also used as a very good example, and in fact, on the stage here, you must have heard that being mentioned. Estonia has also done very well. In fact, the presenter yesterday is coming from Estonia. And I remember in the last UN meeting that we had, the STATCOM, the DG of NSO Mongolia made a very good presentation. I really appreciated that. I still appreciate it. And going forward, I would really want to grow to that level as a country, Kenya, not as Ubudho, the person. And so it is something that we are really going to ensure that we fast track our processes and get there. So, ladies and gentlemen, the big news that I have while standing here, and as I smile, because I have to smile on this, is that on 4th of May, 2026, I appended my signature to an MOU that KNBS has signed with Safaricom to get data that will now help us get to the space of use of mobile phone data. You will really clap for us because that is not mean achievement, because 5 years down the line, we are now there. And ladies and gentlemen, we had to wait for this moment so that we gather the world together to witness how we walk into this space in style. And that's what we are going to demonstrate today before you, that we have indeed done it. And our next journey is now to fast-track our processes to get closer to the countries that have had it before. And Kenya has the potential of moving into that space very fast. We are ready to get there. So as I conclude, mine is to thank the Safaricom that has given us the chance to undertake this. There are many things that we had to do, and a lot of element of security of information that has to be guarded. Thank God, even in KNBS, we have the confidentiality requirement that we have to conform to. That is applicable to all the NSOs. Thank you so much, the GPSDD, for ensuring that you gave the linkage that successfully took us there. And Madam Jenna Slotin, thank you so much, together with your team, for ensuring that we are here. I will not forget the Flowminder that I've mentioned, because they have also walked the journey with us, tried the much possible to ensure that it happens. And of course, we have the ONS, the Office of the National Statistics UK, that has also been urging us and has also good ideas of how we can use some of this information. In fact, I'll just go back a bit to demonstrate to you one thing that would be very helpful when it comes to the use of mobile phone data. Our censuses, and generally world over, is a de facto kind of census, meaning that you are counted as per where you spent the last night, that night of the census day. And so that gives the population basically at night, at your usual residence. But then, I look at Nairobi, which recorded a population of 4.41 million people in 2019. Today, of course, that population has grown, but that was a night population. Now, look at the day population. We have what we call the bedroom for Nairobi, being Kiambu, being Machakos, being Kajiado. These people, majority of them, live outside the boundaries of Nairobi, but they come to work in Nairobi. With just a few exceptions of those who are going outside Nairobi to do their work and come back. When you talk of data, when you talk of statistics, it is meant to help provide services to the people. And so the kind of services that we are talking about cannot be provided in full if you do not know the number that you are providing for. And so getting the day population will be very important, and this is one of the things that we would want to use this information to provide us with so that we get to know the day population for Nairobi. And that is not limited to even helping us with the traffic jam that we are witnessing. Which roads are having what, and to what scale, what is coming in, what is going out, and that would also help us in even designing our roads, and many, many other uses that we'll have, including emergencies whenever they occur. You can tell how quickly people can run away from the areas where they were at a given time when there's an issue. And so I'm a very happy man today on behalf of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics that we have gotten to this space. Let me stop at this point. I'm told my time is up, and thank you so much. We'll be guided on what to do next. Thank you.
Can we give Dr. Obudu another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A bit louder. This is an exciting collaboration, MOU. Thank you so much, Dr. It makes sense why we have 4.1 million sleeping in Nairobi, but traffic feels like 44 million. Any of you who are in Nairobi know that, know how we struggle with that. This is obviously one signature on the MOU, and we'd love to hear from somebody who has put their signature on the other half of the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, her role is actually apt for the sort of data sharing we are talking about, because she is the Director, Sustainability and Shared Value at Safaricom. Ladies and gentlemen, with a massive round of applause, help me welcome to the stage Ms. Karen Bassier to give a few short remarks. Thank you, the Safaricom team. I want everybody to be as loud as them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Engineer John Tanui, PS ICT and Digital Economy, Dr. McDonald Obudu, Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Brigadier Hilary Kosgei, DG, Kenya Space Agency, Dr. Matthew Olomide, DG, National Space Research and Development Agency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I just want to say I'm honored to be here. And as I was listening to the panel on data silos to ethical insights, balancing value and privacy, I was reminded of a fundamental question that we all must confront in sharing data. How do we unlock the value of data while protecting the people behind that data? Because today we live in a world that is defined by data, clicks, transactions, and increasingly a world led by AI. A world where our customers and other customers expect better, personalized, intuitive services. In this world, data is no longer an asset, but a critical component for development, innovation, and inclusion. At Safaricom, we believe in data for good. And data for good to expand opportunity, drive inclusion, and to transform lives. In Africa, we love giving stories. So I'm going to share with you a story on this. So 20 years ago, we piloted a product to help a group of women do microfinance loan payment just here in Thika. The idea was to allow them to pay their loans via the mobile money. And when we started observing the trends and the data told us something more. The people are not only using this platform to repay the loans, but they were using it to send money to each other. So turning M-Pesa into a digital wallet. These insights ultimately shaped our strategy around M-Pesa and fintech. So as the adoption grew, we identified another gap. Payments meant for businesses were being paid to individual wallets. So this led to the creation of Lipa na M-Pesa, the Tills, and the Paybill. In 2012, we had improved the financial inclusion in Kenya. It had risen to almost 75%, and 32.7% of Kenyans had bank accounts. So this meant that only two-thirds of the adult population did not have access to basic savings and credit facilities. This was another data insight point, and this led to the launch of M-Shwari. So this is a bank account that you did not require additional documents or physical access, but you could borrow and pay via M-Shwari and KCB M-Pesa. In 2019, the data gave another interesting insight. So many failed transactions due to insufficient funds. You'd be at the till, you want to complete paying something, you have 10,000 shillings, and if you had 10,500, you would have paid that for that service or for that good. So we created Fuliza. Fuliza is a Swahili word that means, I think, blow. Direct translation. But Fuliza was to help you get to the end of your transaction. So this is what data for good looks like. Turning friction into opportunity, failed transactions into financial empowerment, and today, over 40 million customers use M-Pesa monthly, 40 million stories of impact. I'm sure if you walk out here, ask anyone about M-Pesa, they will tell you that they no longer need to queue outside any of the bus stations to get money to the villages. It is now instant. The downside is now we can no longer avoid the spirit of Harambes. So we have to contribute because everyone knows you don't have to come for the fundraiser, just send via M-Pesa. So Kenya has over 90% mobile phone penetration with 50% smartphone usage. We are the largest users of digital tools like ChatGPT. We have a thriving crypto market. Anyone here tried fighting Kenyans on X now? You will meet our wrath there. So we are very, very good in the digital space. So we have almost 500,000 active investors when we launched, when we partnered with the Nairobi Stock Exchange and the Securities Exchange and the Capital Markets Authority, because we wanted to break the barriers to access to capital markets. So now we have 500 active investors accounting for 60% of the daily trade at the Nairobi Stock Exchange. So this is the power of leveraging tech, insights, and collaboration for impact. We are moving from understanding behavior to predicting needs and delivering intuitive customer service. I love that we had a good conversation on privacy and trust because none of this would be possible without trust. At Safaricom, trust is not a byproduct, it's the foundation. We operate within the framework of Kenya's Data Protection Act, ensuring customer data is collected, processed, and protected responsibly. We embed privacy by design, and I had the discussion here on embedding privacy by design. We prioritize anonymization and data minimization to ensure innovation never comes at the expense of the individual's rights. This is demonstrated by the journey of data minimization in M-Pesa ecosystem. My colleague talked about it, where we've encrypted to reduce personal data exposure to fraud and misuse. And I think last year we did win an award on data privacy by the British Standards Institute, or one of the institutes, just to show that indeed privacy by design. Data, when used responsibly, is a powerful tool for expanding inclusion. And I cannot stress this any more than everyone who's been here and everyone who's talked about it. It strengthens economies, enables smarter policy for shared prosperity. But one institution, as Safaricom or as the Kenya Bureau of Standards or the Global Data, we cannot do this alone. That is why this partnership that we are starting with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is critical to harnessing mobile data insights for national development. Let this be our collective call to use data, not just to inform, but to transform. In Safaricom, we are working towards being Africa's leading purpose-led technology company by 2030, and this transformation and these kind of partnerships will play a big role in transforming us into Africa's leading purpose-led technology company. Because when you design with people in mind, protect their data and information, innovation becomes inclusive. Trust is built and lives are transformed. So we are excited about this partnership. And earlier on in the holding room, I was telling the Director General that as a foundation, if I speak on behalf of the foundation, we have always gone to look for data from the National Bureau of Statistics. We look at the Kenya population data, the health data, and this is the data that advises where we invest as a foundation. Therefore, we are grateful to be here and excited to be part and parcel of this momentous initiative, and we look forward to a great collaboration. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause. And Karen, I'm going to ask if you can remain on stage. I'm going to invite our honorable PS as well, Engineer Tanui, if you can join them on stage, as well as the Director General for the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. We have a small photo with a certificate that commemorates this MOU and the shared value that we can expect between Safaricom and KNBS. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the certificate to the stage as well. There we go, there we go. There we go, and you can see what it says on screen. Let's give Jenna and Brigadier Kipkoskei a round of applause as well. CEO for GPSDD and Director General. Of course, the certificate commemorates the signing of an MOU between Safaricom and KNBS today at the Global Data Festival in the Kenya Space Expo and Conference. They are affirming their commitment to leveraging data, insights, connectivity, and intelligence to drive innovation, strengthen resilience, and create sustainable value for Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them another round of applause? Thank you so much, Karen and DG, for underscoring how important it is that there's also trust in this shared value that we are giving. And I also want to really, I'm impressed at the restraint that DG, Jenna have showed. They've been working on this for 5 years. It was signed on the 4th of May, and they waited an entire 30 days to come and share it with us. I would have told everybody immediately, and there'd have been no surprise. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for that, and for what we can hope to see going forward with this incredible MOU and partnership. Fantastic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to head in for lunch, but I just had a small activity that should take us about 35 minutes or so, so please stay comfortable. Thereafter, there's a small speech of half an hour. I am joking. We do need to break for lunch, and after lunch, we shall be going to our respective breakout rooms. Please, I'm urging you, if you have the Zoho Backstage app, please use it to find out which sessions are happening. For example, in this room at 2 p.m., Women Driving Resilience and Innovation Partnerships in Data and Space is there'll be a plenary on that. There'll be multiple plenaries. Please go ahead, have your lunch break, freshen up. 2 p.m. sharp, everything is going to resume. And if you do find time, which you will, visit the booths, 8th floor, Safari from Afari, Innovation, Inclusion Pavilion, our data walls, engagement walls. There's a lot going on over the last 2 or 3 days, and there is more still to come. So thank you so much for your time. Give yourselves a round of applause as you make your way out of the room. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Joshua Nyakundi. I'm from the Kenya Space Agency. I want to welcome you to this session on Africa Business Innovation Labs. It is a session that we want to unlock innovations within the space ecosystem. And before we start our session, I would like to take this opportunity to request all of us that are seated at the back, kindly let's move to the front seats ahead of you as we prepare to welcome our speakers for the day. We have 2 minutes to do so, kindly, because of time. Please, if you are seated at the back, kindly let's move to the front seat ahead of you. Preferably, if you could also join us in the middle row, we will really appreciate. And also, if you wish to sit on the sides, it's also a good view from this end. Thank you for hearing to our request. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the session on Africa Business Innovation Labs. We are looking at a way we could unlock innovations within the space ecosystem. And this afternoon, we've lined up a very strong speakers and panelists. Before we invite our speakers, I'd like to introduce a well-known expert within the ecosystem. He is one of the leaders in the space sector within the Kenyan ecosystem and the African space ecosystem. I believe most of us in the room know this gentleman. His name is Mr. Charles Mwangi. You all know that Mr. Charles Mwangi is a distinguished leader and technical expert with extensive peer experience in space technology, Earth observation, and policy development. He currently serves as the technical director of the Kenya Space Agency, and his work has focused on supporting development of space-related systems and leveraging space-derived data for societal benefits and decision and policy support. Notably, Mr. Charles Mwangi is currently undertaking his PhD in Earth observation. Kindly, let's applaud as he stands to the podium and welcome him as he welcomes our main speaker. Thank you, sir, and welcome.
Thank you, Joshua. Again, good afternoon. Good afternoon. You're just from lunch. Thank you. So we want to welcome you. We are here to talk about business, and we want to welcome you to this conversation. We, like Joshua indicated, our role at the agency is to try and see how best we can work with the industry, to catalyze the industry so that we are able to derive value from the innovation that are being created from the industry as well. So to kick us off, we will start off, before we have the panel discussion, we'll have a presentation that tries to scope out what the Africa Business Innovation Lab is and what we seek to do with it. And to lead us into that conversation, we'll have the gentleman that I'm going to introduce. His name is Stefano Carosio. He's the Executive Director of STAM, an engineering and technology and consulting SME specializing in space and defense. He graduated in chemical engineering in 1994 and was awarded an honorary doctorate in innovation management in 2012 with 30 years experience in engineering consultancy, technology transfer, and commercialization of space technologies. He has built extensive expertise in the intersection of innovation, industry, and market development. So I want to invite Stefano to join us and we can welcome him with a round of applause as he joins us into and sharing what the ABIL project is about. Karibu, Stefano.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, my name is Stefano, as said, and I like to be called by my name because I enjoyed very much the last 30 years in working in the middle of ecosystems, mainly in Europe, lately in Africa. And what I think is the key ingredients is friendship and trust. And because of this, I try to present to you what I've been doing so far and what is about the Africa Business Innovation Lab project for the next 3 years. But first of all, we need to frame the Africa Business Innovation Lab within the African-Europe Space Partnership Program, which is funded by the European Commission, DG INPA. It is implemented by the European Space Agency in partnership and collaboration with the Kenyan Space Agency, which I thanks very much for the invitation. This is a container where several other initiatives are being implemented, but this one is focused particularly on the Kenyan ecosystem. And it is actually a way to bridge European, Kenyan, and African capabilities in the field of Earth observation with the view of accelerating business ideas covering the whole innovation journey from research at academia to the market. In this framework, KSA play a key role because this project is, I think, the only one which is focused on a specific country, Kenya in this case, and it is about creating the first joint European-African accelerator for companies, and this will, as I said, be running for the next 3 years, hosted by KSA, and anchored and in synergy, in full synergy with the initiatives that KSA has already launched, and I think that most of you represent in the room, in particular, the community of practices and other ecosystem-related activities which are fostering. Yes, okay, sorry. And basically, as I was saying, the fact that this is facilitating, of course, the work we are doing and the connections we are expected to make. Of course, it's an enabler, KSA, because we are supposed to get into an office very soon. And this office will be the place where the champions that will be supported by the program that I'm going to present will be incubated, accelerated, with the mentorship of STAM and the consortium members that I will show in a short while. We are basically, as ABIL, in the middle of addressing the challenge of tackling Earth observation, not from a space pure perspective. So we are not here to push space data, space assets, Earth observation purely as an academic exercise, but we are here to work mainly on the needs. And we are here to work mainly on the local needs, which could be, agriculture, food security, resilience to climate change, flooding, and decision support systems. So these are where most of you are working, where a lot of companies that have been meeting in the last weeks are generating new innovations. But I think that, again, we're not here to support a breakthrough innovation just for the sake of using public funding at the end to support disruptive projects. We are here also to support those projects which can combine Earth observation with more frugal innovations, which are really at the core of the problems. So we're not supposed to push technology just for the sake of that. ABIL, it has been shaped and mirroring what ESA is already doing with the ESA PhilLab initiative, which is an office, a physical office located in Rome, in Frascati, in Italy. And this office is actually gathering innovators from academia and business to generate the future Earth observation innovations. And again, this is covering the full innovation journey with academia mainly associated with low technology readiness level projects, moving on to more close to the market projects where actually the business is engaged. The consortium I have the pleasure to lead as TAM was put together leveraging on friendship contacts networks, and it was about a month's exercise when myself and the colleagues from Planetech Italia decided to move forward for this proposal. We got also support from the Italian Space Agency, and we also identified new partners from Greece, champions from the ESA Business Incubation Network, Coralia in Greece, Locate IT, which is Earth observation champions here in Nairobi, and Adanian Labs, which is actually one of the key players in supporting accelerating businesses across different technology domains which are relevant for Earth observation, like artificial intelligence, quantum, and cybersecurity. As TAM, as it was already introduced by Charles, we are an engineering company. We are currently running 4 large projects for ESA, dealing with technology transfer from space, use of space data in Italy for the InCube program. We recently got awarded the Agri-Food Microgravity Accelerator from the European Space Agency, and we are running the Africa Business Innovation Lab. So we are in the middle of the space to non-space connections. ABIL will work in close collaboration with the KSA and under the leadership as implementer body of the European Space Agency. First of all, gathering stakeholders, assessing which priorities, which needs would be worthwhile to address with the tools and open calls that we are supposed to launch very soon. Then we are going to move into the open calls, and these open calls will be developed in 2 main tracks, as I will explain later on. And these tracks are addressing low TRL and more academic research-related projects. And on the other side, the other track is about the projects which are more close to the market. And then we are supposed to engage investors to make sure that the projects, which are normally lasting 9-12 months, are having the right support. And I'm relying, of course, on Adanian Labs and different other initiatives that we are getting to know from different players, RIS, Expertise France, and others, which are already up and running. And also from Europe, leveraging on the ESA Investor Network and the investor community which has been created. So try to create matchmaking and try to engage also European investors here to support the projects at the end of the chain. The ecosystem is, of course, at the core. As said, we are going to build on what's already existing, so it's very important to create bridges with the different initiatives that you all represent. We are targeting an ecosystem which is multi-actor, from research to business, which is cross-sector, so gathering space experts with other domains which are relevant for the local economy, but also addressing different technology areas, and then putting together 2 continents and Kenya at the core, representing Africa in this case, to be sure that we are connecting the different initiatives and create value, not duplicating efforts. Kenya, as said, is a pilot, and here is where, as said, we are supposed to align with the different initiatives that KSA is already bringing forward. High impact sectors that we are starting to identify. And then we are also leveraging on the local assets in Kenya, like the Italian space base in Malindi, and the different initiatives which are also supported by other countries here in Kenya. The model that we are using is the model of the ESA Lab. So as said, basically an idea to do transformational innovation, bringing research from the lab to the market with the 2 tracks, where actually the focus is on explore, low TRL, and mainly focus on deep tech innovators, academia, and technology transfer, contaminating sectors from the technology point of view, and then the invest track, which is mainly bringing innovative business idea to the market. And here we are leveraging, as I said, on the different initiatives which are running, and also the different multipliers like investors locally. The 2 calls in details, we are supposed to run 3 different waves of calls. For the explore calls, which are low TRL, we are supposed to manage 150 per call, 3 projects funded per call, 50K approximately, depending, of course, on the budget requested. And this will be run, as I said, 3 times during the course of the project. And the invest open calls will again be launched 3 times during the project. The budget is 100K for each of the call. We are supposed to support up to 5 projects. And then here, most of the added value is actually on the fact that this project will be incubated physically in the office ABIL. And here they will be able to grant support from local champions located at Daniel Labs, but also leveraging the experience of Planetech Italia as a European leader, but also having operations here in Africa and in Kenya, and also Coralia and STAM to support their business acceleration and connections. So basically, at a glance, what you or your clients or your partners will get out of the collaboration with ABIL is that basically, first of all, we can support you with funding, as just presented. We can provide technical support, benefiting from champions locally and European ones, coaching and business acceleration, again, taking advantage of the local players, Daniel Labs, and their networks, and also experience gained by STAM and Coralia. And then also the access to investors, which are already in the room. I met some of them in the last days and today. And also the ESA Investor Network, which is gathering more than 30 European investors, which are specialized on supporting space projects and Earth observation related activities. And then, of course, access into this cross-continent ecosystem, which would be one of the key accelerators to reach the market for the project supported. What we started to doing since the last months, KSA organized an amazing stakeholder breakfast conference where some of you were attending. And this is just a picture of the whole team that was there. I was amazed by the capacity of the KSA to mobilize in a few days 50 people coming to the meeting representing institutions, SMEs, investors, donors, relevant players here in Nairobi. And I think that this is put in the ground for success, and I hope that we are going to build even more in the coming weeks. So thanks a lot. Just a final message. The open calls are being reviewed by ESA and KSA, so the package should be ready soon. The website is being finalized and the final checks are being done. So I guess that the open calls will be launched for the summer. So we expect the closing after the summer and the first contract to be signed by the end of the year. So this is more or less the plan as of today.
So let's give him a clap. A bigger one. I hope you saw the amounts that are indicated there. The reason why we are engaging this as an agency is to try and see what value we can bring to our community. As Stefano indicated, the Africa Business Innovation Lab is one that could be amongst many. And if we're able to get it right, and I see the enthusiasm, like Stefano indicated, we were able to bring stakeholders for the breakfast meeting to help us pick or get the pulse from the community in terms of what your expectations are. And we hope also, as we get to the conversations today, you will see the team that is implementing, that will be implementing the project. We want to hear from you in terms of what your expectations will be. What are the areas that we potentially, even for the calls that are going to go to the fore, what should we focus on? And also to help us and unpack that conversation, I want to invite the other panelists who are going to be joining us into this conversation. And as I mentioned the name, they can start walking up as you give them a round of applause. We are beginning with Professor Godfrey Makoha. You can start walking as they give you the clap, and you could feel the seat from here. So Professor Godfrey Ouma Makoha is an associate professor. Continue clapping for him until he settles down. He's a professor and chairman of the Informatics and Computing Department at Taita Taveta University with over 15 years of experience at the intersection of geospatial information systems, artificial intelligence, and Earth observation. He currently serves as a project manager of the Kenya Space Agency-led Earth Observation Innovation Laboratory, a joint AU-EU initiative which leads applied work across agriculture, disaster management, and urban resilience. Let's give him another round of applause. Joining us on stage will be Vivian Mehta. We can give her a clap as she joins us. Vivian Mehta is a managing director of Locate IT Limited. Keep going. A space and geomatics company based in Nairobi, Kenya. She has vast experience in the use and application of GIS, Earth observation, surveying, and GIT technologies. A geomatics engineering graduate, she's been involved in managing and coordinating the execution of Locate IT's geospatial projects. She's part of the consortium, and they will help us unpack this conversation. Next, we have John Kamara. We can give him a clap as he joins us. He's one of the Africa's leading technical and solution expert. Let's keep going with the clapping. Solutions with a strong layer of experience in enterprise artificial intelligence in financial services, partnering in the continent's largest banks and insurers and telecommunication groups to translate AI from concept into production-grade capability. Last but not least, Dr. Kirengai Kamau. You can join us in Spain, and we can welcome with another round of applause. He's a seasoned leader in agriculture, governance, and data-driven policy making, currently serving as the County Executive Committee member, CCM in Murang'a, Minister. He previously held the role of the Minister for Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries. He's also the global lead of the Global Open Data for Agriculture, Nutrition, Gordon, where he founded the program for capacity development. So we have this rich panel, and I'll join them in that conversation. So and we can check whether our mics are working. So the idea is to try and understand what is being offered. And again, at one point after we have the initial round of comments from the members, then we also want to hear from you in terms of what questions, based on what their reactions would have been, what questions you might have. So I will come to you at the midpoint to try and understand whether there is any contributions we want to make to this conversation. But to get us started in this conversation, the question that gets us started, and it goes to Vivian, given that she has a wealth of experience running Locate IT, which is a EO tech company. What barriers hinder startup and innovators from scaling EO and space-based solutions across Africa, and how can ABIL, Africa Business Innovation Lab, we use the term ABIL, help bridge these gaps while strengthening impact through an international dimension?
Thank you. Thanks, Charles, and thanks to Kenya Space Agency for this invitation to share with the team here, of course, on ABIL. As you heard before, my name is Vivian. I manage the operations of Locate It Limited, which is a local geo-ICT company based here in Kenya. But we really like to pride ourselves in referring to the company as a Pan-African company. So we go beyond the Kenyan market to serve the African continent. So I'm going to share our views based on the questions with the experiences we've had as a micro company based here in Kenya and of course expanding into the African continent, but also with the gaps and the interventions that I believe Abil is going to present into this. So Locate IT as a company has been in operations over the last couple of years, about 10 years now. And we started off as a really, really small company, but I believe now we are almost transitioning into what we call a small company or small enterprise. And when you ask the question of what really are the gaps that small or startups or companies in Africa face, there are numerous of them. And especially in the space and earth observation market, there is quite a lot of very distinct challenges that have been experienced. Very key to this has been a lot more on access to funding and also access to market. And there are challenges also that lead or directly are linked to talent access and also aspects to do with infrastructure deficits. Now, I'm going to go through each of the four of them, just giving case examples of how some of these challenges actually have been hindering maybe the African private sector. So to start with, access to funding. EO space operations are a very, I would say, niche sector. And a lot of the time you find that the companies you will find in existence are probably spin-offs or are companies operating within very minute sectors that most of the time experience different challenges. Now, access to funding, you know that, for instance, within the technology space, there's been a lot of inputs that have come from especially the IT sector. So in technology, there's a lot of fintech, health tech, education tech that is probably driving a lot of innovation, but at the top of it also attracting maybe a lot of funding. Agtech, for instance, used to be one of the sectors that was huge on this, but slowly you tend to see that Earth observation and space technologies has purely not attracted as much funding, maybe because of awareness. Maybe the off-takers in the market don't know what problems exist, don't know where these solutions exist, particularly in the aspects of space and Earth observation, providing a solution to these problems. And in most instances, we experience budgetary issues. Maybe we are competing against priority areas that are very different from what the common person may understand. So in its demystification of space, space is really complex. But as companies, you continue to experience issues with access to market, because the market then doesn't really know, or it's not driven by what the companies are providing. In terms of infrastructure, also you'll understand that space and Earth observation are a big, require really high performance computing infrastructure. And these are most often very complex or very expensive or costly investments or infrastructure. And so as companies then access to infrastructure that would then help innovations or these companies transition into building solutions that affect or at least impact the market then becomes a limiting factor. Talent, we always see a lot of that. Yes, we pride ourselves in, we've got a lot of academic institutions that are offering geospatial or Earth observation or space technology courses, but then you find that there's actually always a gap between what the universities are offering vis-a-vis what the market demands or the transitions are required. So a lot of gaps are involved, especially when it comes to the GIT elements, geospatial information technology skills that are in tune with, a lot of the geospatial artificial intelligence algorithms or computing capacities that are there now. What is ABIL going to be offering? ABIL is going to be filling some of these gaps, and as you heard from the presentation that was presented earlier from Stefano, we're going to be providing access to funding. Access to funding, a lot of the initiatives you will see will always try to provide some very small amounts, but we're trying to see whether, based on what we'll be providing to the companies or startups that are going to be involved, we will try to demonstrate using 9 months and about 50K of funding just to ensure that they can have a bit of sufficient, sustainable of capital that can help them scale up some of the solutions. Another thing we're going to be providing is mentorship. Mentorship is always a big issue, especially in a technical space such as this, where you find that most of the experts don't know how to translate technical elements into more business-ready ventures. So I think that is one of the things that we're going to be big on, and primarily we believe that ABIL is going to help then transition the African continent or the Kenyan continent and a startup ecosystem into highly viable, commercially viable products and also companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. And I think I want to pick out on the thread. You mentioned two of the elements that I want to pick out on. One of the items was on funding. The next item was on talent. And you talked about the skill set not being matched with the market demands. And I want to have the reflections of Professor Makoha, who works with the academia, and reflect on the question in terms of what role can academia and research institutions play in supporting innovation, skills development, and technology transfer. And you can also allude to the work that you're currently doing with the Earth Observation Innovation Lab as well.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. This is a very good question because Vivian has tried to expound on the issues that we have. And actually, one of the issues that we have, and also I come back to the industry, the biggest problem that we have been having is the gap. We at the university, we are trying to innovate around the best practices. You will find the industry also is lagging behind in some spaces or in some sectors, and therefore the graduates that we produce. I remember there is one student who went for an interview, and he was told, "Here we offer C++." Yet the world has transitioned to Python and related programming languages. So universities play a crucial role, especially universities are central player in innovation ecosystem building, where we do a lot of research and development. And under this research and development, we have various sections which I'll talk about, but allow me, so that I put it into context, allow me to tell you the initiatives that we are having with the agency and other players who have been supporting us, be able to bridge some of these gaps that Vivian talked about. Currently, Taita Taveta University is privileged to host Earth Observation and Innovation Laboratory. And this laboratory, its main work is for it to provide resources that can be used by the industry, that can be used by the government agencies, the universities, students, and innovators to develop or to initiate development of innovations that will be able to support our socioeconomic sector, which has been, of course, we are ranked as developing. We want to get to developed levels, and therefore, there are some things that we must do. And this lab provides us with that opportunity for us to be able to do that. And just to add, the lab will also be able to support all players that are working with the Kenya Space Agency, especially on issues of data processing, systems development, and also systems deployment. The problems that we have been having previously, and we have been, even at the agency, when we work on a particular project, which I'm leading the industry, and Charles is still leading from the agency, and we are trying to create an agricultural information management system for Morang County as the pilot, and we have been having a problem around processing the data. You find that to run one iteration, it takes almost 5 hours. You see how important is good infrastructure. Now, if you run that, we might need 1,000 iterations for us to get it right. Because again, issues of calibration, systems calibration is based on trial and error. There is no automatic way of doing it. And we have to, for us to fine tune the models, then we need to go and have systems that can be able to process very fast. And that's where Earth Observation and Innovation Lab, which is hosted by the university, is coming in to reduce that period from 5 hours to less than 10 seconds. And therefore, through that, it will be able to spur development of the system. And the university also is a hub of talents, where we are developing young innovators, students who are coming up very strongly, and they are more tech savvy than us who are teaching them, because they are more enthusiastic of learning beyond the class. We only offer 20%, and the students have to, they come up with the 80% themselves, even beyond that. And therefore, with that, we are very sure that universities will be able now to support the industry by providing, especially with the lab anchored in the university, they will be trained there to understand how these systems work, and when they go to the industry, we will not have that gap that Vivian talked about. Also,
thank you, Prof.
Yes.
We will need to move on to the next
Okay.
comment, and then we'll get back to you in terms of the innovation.
Yes.
And I liked you talked about two important elements. You talked about talent. You talked about the need for infrastructure for processing the data. And I need to move to John. Given the conversations that we've had in terms of and I know he's very keen about people, data, and infrastructure. One of the issues that have been raised is in funding. There is a challenge also that has been raised about talent. There is the element about processing data. Where do you see, having worked and having run an innovation lab for a long time, where are the opportunities, where are the challenges, what do we need to do so that we're able to make sure that we're able to create impact?
Thanks very much. I think one of the things I want to pick on is actually something she said, which is around industry. One of the biggest, apart from running Danian Labs, I also run the AI Center of Excellence for the past 6 years, probably the oldest AI company here. And one of the biggest problems that I keep finding is industry doesn't understand the space sector. And that's a significant problem, even more than capital itself. Because if private sector, and when I mean industry, I mean private sector. So I do a lot of stuff in private sector, from financial services all the way to agriculture, drug discovery. And talking to a few of the banks recently, and they were looking to do stuff in agriculture. And so connect this thought. They were looking to do stuff in agricultural credit lending, but they needed climate data, and they needed other types of geospatial data to give them a different type of behavioral intelligence for that. But they never thought about the space sector. Because the outcome is financial services, it has nothing to do with space, but the whole model, to build that model, you needed a lot of data. But for them, it was like, what do you mean space sector? They're like, why would we talk to space sector? You know, we can just build a... So and then back to data when he talked about the fact that this data exists, but they don't know that it exists this way. So I think one of the first things, as someone who's run, is really engaging private sector industry. It's so important as even money. Because with private sector industry, it means that you can actually build things that they would buy. And you can also educate them on making sure that they understand that some of the requests that they have, it becomes live in any environment. That's one problem, over years of running Adanian Labs, and I had to figure that out from experience, not a research, not a design. I learned it because we spent a lot of money we had money. Our problem at a point in time wasn't money. It was actually figuring out how to make that money more sustainable over time. Because the money will finish, and then you have to say, okay, you're going to go look for more money. So the industry relationship between the sector and industry, private sector, where we then say this is a commercial value that is continuous and across, and you have to look at it from each sector, from financial services, agriculture, health. How would they need the space sector as cross-cutting across all those entire industry, including EV mobility? So that's one very, very important thing that I really think that this program will address. How do we make private sector engagement via awareness to private sector CEOs? I run an AI for Leaders program for the past 3 years. I've probably done 200 CEOs across Africa. And why I started that program, it's very, very focused. I just get 20 CEOs in a room. But why I started that program was because I was trying to make them understand that artificial intelligence wasn't a technology, it's a way of life. It cuts across every industry that you're in, it doesn't matter. So the same thing, if you think about this sector we're in, we need to lead the awareness to industry. Because yes, we can build all the startups, but part of the job is how do we help them create the opportunity that they need so that they can actually make use of all these resources that we're giving them. So that's the extension of the job that we have to do.
Thank you, John. And I like the articulation that what we sometimes lack is the awareness of the value proposition. And part of the reason why the Kenya Space Expo and Conference, we decided that we wanted to host this alongside the Global Data Festival, is to help demystify that notion that space data is different from any other data set. And then we start more by focusing on the problem. But I want to get the insight from Stefano in terms of, given what you've heard from the panel, before we go to Dr. Kerengai, what are some of the lessons that we could learn from Europe, from where you're coming from your experiences, that could help us address some of the challenges, whether it is financial. Vivian talked about the financial elements, the talent issue. There was now the element that has been brought up by John on the commercial value. What are the lessons that we could potentially learn from your ecosystem?
Well, I think that we should gather in the input that were discussed by the other colleagues, talk about infrastructure. I mean, we should, the example is the mobile phone. I don't think that you will go to an investor getting money for a mobile phone, new mobile phone, just simply describing all the technology which is in. I think that the storyline and creation of the business case should be really connected to the opportunity to generate value in the market. And then to me is also a matter of understanding the common language, which is in between the space expert practitioners and those which are more hands-on on the problem areas, but can also have a lot of ideas on how to solve them. So if you connect them, the two dimensions, I think that this is where innovation will come. So what I see for Abil, one big challenge is, of course, to find already mature ideas that can enter the first open calls, because that will be launched pretty soon. But I think that we have to go in a continuous dialogue with the demand and supply side, but try to work on the solutions. And this, I think, is where the community of practice and the work that KSA is already doing can help us. And also the practitioners in the room, the investors, Adanian Labs, Locate IT, and our partners on the ground should be actually the ambassador for that message. And being physically in an office, I would expect people to come in. I have a problem, how to solve it. And of course, we will have there people to help. And I guess that it will be a sort of workshop where actually continuously we are going to discuss with people, because I think that there is a lot of value which we can capture, and those which brings the needs to not know how to solve them with space, as John just said, but they really know how potentially the solutions could be, and we need to enable that.
Thank you, Stefan. And I now want to go to one of the users, Dr. Kirengai. You represent in this panel the government wing, and sometimes we've been accused of being out of sync with innovation or trying to introduce new technologies. So the question is, how can governments and development partners create enabling environments for space innovation and commercialization?
Thank you very much, Charles. And I think the question of how the government can create an enabling environment assumes that the space, that environment has to be created by the government rather than co-created with the rest of us. And I say that because we have a need as government, as people, because every problem that exists seeks to address a challenge that people are facing. You know, with the technologies that you have, that we can address it this way. So it is not a matter of saying that the government will create an enabling environment. The government is very easy to persuade. Give us a policy that addresses A, B, C, D, and we'll be able to do this. Give us a law that addresses this. And so long as you come with something very well articulated, it is very possible for the government to actually say, you have the space, do what it is that you actually are saying you'd like to do. And I am excited that I'm here with the Kenya Space Agency because we started this journey with you in Murang'a. We have worked with you. You have taken some people from Murang'a and trained them. You even exported them for training in other countries. And we didn't do that because we actually had the idea that we needed this. But Makoha is there, and he says that you need this, and then together with your partners, you say that if you can give us this quality of people, we can train, and then they will actually come and provide the enabling environment for you to actually come and deliver what the Kenya Space Agency wanted to do with our crops, with our various crops, and with our environmental concerns that we have as a county. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to do, the development partners, the private sector, the innovators, don't have to think that the government has a challenge. We only are so busy going for meetings, like we always, you know, we love going to meetings. So we are busy doing that. But if you actually come and meet somebody who, in Murang'a, we are lucky, we actually have a few people that will actually sit with you until you get the solution you need. Our governor himself, Dr. Kangata, is a don at a university. We have some others, 3 of us, that also support him. If you meet any one of them and tell them that this is the challenge I'm having, you can be sure that it will be an agenda that will be discussed at a very high level that the county government creates. So we are prepared. Let the private sector, let the development partners, let everybody who actually has any desire to work with the government know that we are ready to co-create. no environment can be created if we do not know that the right structure for that or the space that you need is defined this way. Thank you.
Thank you, and I like the idea that you're saying that sometimes in Kenya, sometimes we call it tunaomba serikali, where we are saying we are requesting the government. But the challenge that is being extended to all of us is that can we co-create? And as we co-create, I'm looking towards anyone who would want to give an initial reflection or a question to the panel. And as I wait for a hand to go up, I want to request, we have an important guest who joined us, and our counterpart and DG from NASDRA. Maybe if you can also share your reflections in terms of what your experience in Nigeria has been, as we wait for one more comment. I'm waiting for a hand so that we can bring a mic to you.
Thank you very much. It's a good, I'm happy to be here and then listening to wide varieties of experience. One thing that we've had as major issue in our space ecosystem is the private sector's inclusion and the support from government. And that's what informed me to have 3 key principal agenda for development of this sector in Nigeria. Inclusion of the private sector is one of the 3 pillars, because space economy, space science, technology, innovation is more like abstract to most of our people in Africa, especially those people in the business community. The headline of rocket blowing up with $100 million or $50 million or $10 million scare many people away. But the space sector is actually 3 streams: upstream, midstream, downstream. At the downstream, there's quite a lot of opportunity that is there. And I just saw the pop-up stand of the EU-African partnership, which is a good platform and opportunity for many of our young Africans to look into aspects of coming into this sector. Yesterday, there are some of these questions they put up about the youth section. And it was amazing what the youth, or majority of people in the plenary, identify as the challenge for us in Africa here. Leadership is what they identify. There are skills, there are so many of mentorship. They have the question. I actually voted for mentorship. But this is one area in which I believe the partnership in Africa or in this sector is very, very important, because when you have the skills, I share from the experience of the lady on the stage. When she came on board, she was just coming from the university that time, and she came for a program in Nigeria, African Leadership, through her uncle. Well, you can see the mentorship that she has enjoyed with the people that supported her. And then most people need to look into how to network and how to use the advances in space technology to advance their careers. There's what we call ease of doing business in Nigeria, is government policy. And when the youth identify leadership role as where they are having major challenges, I said, many of us are CEOs. If we can actually overcome the fear of unknown, because if you register your company and you have the skills, then we have a lot of the CEOs in government institutions and private sectors that can really help our youth. And of course, our own generation, we didn't have what is available now. You can be in your bedroom with the technology we have now, either social media or any other platform, to market your skills. When you have products and services, you can never get it wrong. But what I urge our youth to look into is skill acquisition. Wherever there's problems, there's money to be made. And there's more than enough problem in Africa to make money either from precision agriculture, transportation, and so many other things. And lastly, I will conclude by saying that we don't need to reinvent the wheels. Most of the wonderful initiative that is running in the developing world, we can replicate it here and create opportunity for ourselves. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, DG. So we will come back to the, or we can take one question. There's a question here, Joshua, on the front here. And keep it short, and you can indicate who you're directing it to.
All right. My name is Gitao. I've been privileged to be in the UAE on the Feb 28th when a swarm of drones, $50,000 a piece, would land on the nation. And we know the story. To shoot that drone required a missile that would cost about $1 million, or 2, or even 3. Each drone attacked by 2. The cost that the war in the Middle East has shown us is that you can actually do a lot with very little. Now, when I think about the space industry, SpaceX has 10,400 satellites at a cost. Their earlier models each costed about $200,000. I think their current models cost $400,000. They provide broadband internet. Across Africa, we have 69. In Kenya, we have 3, I think. So literally, one company in the US has 3,400 times more assets in space. To do what? To beam internet. Across Africa, we have some of the biggest arable lands.
And we need to keep it short.
And so we do have the capacity to absorb the value from satellites. So then I dare ask, if I came to this wonderful body seeking to launch just 100 satellites, and with that, provide the solution in whatever it is that any innovators in the country would like, would this be a viable business idea? Again, on the regulation side, it costs 250,000 Kenyan shillings to get a drone operator license by Fahari Aviation, Kenya Airways. So just that cost alone, how many people who have gone through agriculture, who've learned about the use of space data, are prohibited from access? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether we can have one reflection from the panel in terms of the issues that is raised. I don't know whether there is any volunteer. But essentially, the question that was being posed is to all of us. I see John reaching out for his mic.
I think we can't exhaust your conversation today, what you said. It's impossible. And we don't have all the answers either for you. It's also impossible for one person to have all the answers. But what I can say to you is, yes, I do agree with you that we're not optimizing the value of the space industry. Yeah. And some of the ancillary costs are quite a little bit detrimental to a lot of young people who are trying to come into, and this is why this project came to life, that, okay, what are the things that we can do coming together to see how we can use all the resources we have here to start the process of supporting that integration of opportunity. That's number one. So I think you should come talk to us later, and we will find a way, okay? And lastly, I also think that it's important to note that the space industry in Africa, in Kenya, is relatively young. It's still, I know when this guy first started, it's relatively young, and he's done a great job to really promote. So there's still a lot of work to do, and this is why I talked about Enterprise Africa. The more we get enterprise companies into the continent, all that money you're talking about is child's play stuff. Because if I get MTN to understand the value of this industry, it's valuable to them. So that is part of the work that we're going to do to bring more enterprise businesses. We might not be able to solve your problem, but we can definitely help find other people who can.
I like what, John, you indicated, that sometimes we assume the answer somewhere, but again, and I like, you also talked about the need for, I think it was Dr. Kiringai who talked about the need for co-creation. The reason why we are gathering the people together, it's important for us to have those conversations and to reflect. And for us, again, also for you, is to also challenge us as we challenge you, because we don't have all the solutions. Can we then come together and say, what are the issues that we need to address? Then we also start talking about the technology that we could potentially be able to deploy. But I want to move on to the next stage of the questions, and again, we'll get back to the, if the time allows, to get more questions. But I wanted to move out to an item, and I request a few of the members to respond on the key opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship in Africa space and EOS sector, and what role can ABIL play based on, again, the reflections that we've had in synergy with ongoing initiatives like the one that are being undertaken by the agency and the other initiatives. And we will begin with Stefano in terms of the reflections that have been shared. What opportunities do you see that ABIL will be able to address?
Well, I think that one of the good points of ABIL is that it's tackling both the downstream, the pure use of the data, but also tackle the upstream part, because this is exactly what PhilHub, the ESA PhilHub initiative is about. So going back also to the previous question and the fact that we can also develop innovative concept of, let's say, frugal innovation, where we're keeping the price low by launching new payloads, which are able to address in a dual use, because under the ESA rules, we are not supposed to tackle defense, purely defense-related projects. But dual use is a keyword that nowadays is commonly used. I think that there we may see an opportunity for entrepreneurs, because there you are working on the enabling part of the infrastructure, not only using the data, but try to develop things where university and business can work together, covering maybe low TRL project, launching the CubeSat, getting new data, and this can be replicated, but the business model should be embedded there. So I think that what ABIL can support is bridging the gap between space and no space, but with the business ideas that tomorrow also investor can buy in. And this is, I think, where we can provide value. And I think that this is differentiating the way ABIL may work in close collaboration with other initiatives.
Thank you, Stefano. Same question, Professor Makoha. If you can also link it in terms of how do you see the Observation and Innovation Lab that you currently host working together with the Africa Business Innovation Lab?
Thank you, Charles. The opportunities for Earth Observation and Innovation Laboratory, the opportunity that is there is turning raw satellite imageries or data into actionable insights, so that we can be able to make data-driven decisions that are based on data and not just basing this decision on what we feel or we think that we know. That there has been a small difference between what we know and what data dictates. And usually data never lies. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to bring in Dr. Kiringai. You've heard about the Africa Business Innovation Lab and what we are seeking to do. We've been in this conversation. What would you like to see it do from a government perspective or someone who's been in the industry for some time?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the biggest challenge that we have is we all have very good ideas, but we don't tie them to what really is ailing our society. I'll give an example. When we went to the county and we started thinking of what needs to be done, and we brought in the idea that we need to automate. it was not very easy. You start with an environment where ICT and automation was normally budgeted at around 2 million per year. And it has now risen to close to 100 million per year. Now, to achieve that, it is what he is challenging. What do we need to do? And I think the role of the innovators that you are creating is to come and work with us, identify with us what the solutions that are possible can be and how they can come and play. We have some young techies that are coming from the university working with us. They come as interns. They come and identify that I am ready to address this if you only can actually give me this kind of space and this kind of resources to make it happen.
Do we know the problems?
They come, they will tell us, and they will articulate the problem because they know it. And we know that it is true. We don't have enough revenue, but you actually come and tell me that I can automate the parking spaces. And because you have come with a solution, and I know the problem that I have, then it is a matter of you convincing me that it is true, that you will actually do that and I'll do it. And we'll actually walk the journey together. And when it happens week 1, week 2, whatever amount of money that you are seeking for, I will give you. If he came to me and told me the biggest challenge that I have is that the license that I need to support you is this license that is costing so much, I will stand, walk to the national government, and I will get a waiver for whatever it is that we need to do, so long as it is convincing and the government, my government, can see it, and we can together go and make the national government to do. And it is happening. In Muranga, we have done it, working with young people who are innovators, who have come to us and told us, Makoha is there, he is doing it, and he's hopefully coming up with a challenge to us, and he will tell us that we have this that we want to do with KSA, and we want to do this with your people. So long as you actually point to a challenge I have. Today, we are very good in telling people who never went to school that they can actually take a shovel and help us unclog the gutters. I want him to come to us and tell us, the biggest problem you have is with the Gen Zs, and I can create these multiple jobs for them, and they need the Kenya Space Agency solution that is actually have been demonstrated. And we will actually put the money available. Even if there is no money, we will come and look for a man like John who knows the bankers, and we have the money. You don't say that you don't have money. We actually say that you will go to borrow money from others who can actually give it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And I like the, and it's one of those elements that I've always said, it's not the lack of money. I think we've not been able to articulate what the technology is going to address so that we are able to unlock the money that Dr. Kiringai is indicating. And I want to swing on to Vivian and John. And the question will be, because when you're working on the R bill, the idea is to turn the innovators into successful businesses. So if we start with Vivian, what success stories and scalable business model can inspire the next generation of Africa space entrepreneurs?
Okay, yeah, so when you talk about space and Earth observation in the continent, just like was said before, a lot of the companies are micro or nano even. But there exists actually some very good use cases. Unfortunately, when you start to segment the space ecosystem, looking at the upstream, we've got quite a number of upcoming, good success stories coming off the continent on the upstream segment. Midstream, not as much. Downstream services, it's also upcoming. But I think one of the greatest bet that we can think about now and also maybe in the future is packaging space as a service, a SaaS that can now, limiting and of course hinging on the barriers that we talked about before, access to funding, access to infrastructure. Can we begin to look at space as a service whereby companies may not have to build different, infrastructure, build platforms, but ideally leverage on what is already existing, not to reinvent the wheel, but rather leverage on what is already existing as space infrastructure and probably just build applications off of that. So there's a lot of satellite companies that are already out there, I think linking on to the question that you asked. And there is also the opportunity to build innovations around this. There is always the value that when you focus more also on the downstream application, because that is where the broader market segment is, then you can be able to provide justification why then the ground and the upstream segments investments can be leveraged on. So I think my best bet would be to invest more capacity and to build space as a service infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you, Vivian. John?
I think, she's probably said most of it, but I think one of the things that I'll be very keen to see is how do you embed space solutions across multiple industries? And that will probably be one of the biggest channels that I would like to develop in the thing. Look at each sector and see what is intersection of space between that sector, and then use that to help define how people actually build products. Because there's one thing to build a great product because it's fantastic, again, from experience, but there is actually the market demand. So, doing a lot more deeper work, again, sorry to keep hopping with Enterprise Kenya, all the enterprise organizations in different sectors, finding the relationship of their problems that they truly have with the cohorts that we're going to build, and then being able to align that with them. I think that will be a criteria for success.
Thank you, and I like that because one of the conversations we've also been having with, a part of why we're having the conference with KNBS is how they can embed Earth observation data in national reporting and national statistics. And I want to take if there is any question, one question from the audience as we wrap up this section. And if I don't see one, I don't see one. So maybe as we conclude, maybe for clarity, I know we have mentioned a number of terms. There is the Africa Business Innovation Lab that again was presented by Stefano. The idea of that is to help catalyze innovation within the sector. There's an initiative we are working together with Taita Taveta University where we are setting up an Earth observation and innovation lab, essentially a lower scale version of a data center that allows for the team who are doing research to be able to develop solutions. One of the other great initiatives we have with one of our partners here from the Italian Space Agency is we've set up a data center that has 2 nodes. One in the Malindi Space Center, for those who are aware that there is a Malindi Space Center, and another node in Nairobi. The idea is to create that infrastructure that will then allow the stakeholders to be able to build solutions. And I like the idea that John was expanding on the need to embed the solutions. But I think more important is to identify what the needs are, and also what Vivian was indicating in terms of building that as a service. And then if you can embed all the opportunities that then these teams bring together, then we can help unlock the opportunity that has been presented to us. So I want to request you to give this panel a round of applause recognizing the great effort, and thank you again for having agreed to join us for this important conversation. And so thank you.
So I will request that we have a group photo with the panelists, and also request the CEO from Nastrada to join the team. Thank you very much. On the screens, you can see we have a QR flashed. We are inviting delegates of this session to join us on a cocktail dinner later in the day. So if you have a minute later in the day, you can join us at the cocktail. Thank you.
would like to begin this session, which is harnessing data and space-based technologies for climate action and disaster risk reduction. It's actually the last of the session for today, and I'm happy to moderate this session. My name is James Wanjohi Nyaga. I work for the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, or RCMRD, and I lead disaster risk management activities, that is including early warning, early action, and anticipatory action. In order for me to introduce this session, I would like to give the concept of an equation, where you have a left-hand side of the equation and the right-hand side of the equation. In the left-hand side, you have the climate change, where in the last few years, we have seen an increase of climatic hazards in Kenya, including drought, floods, and fires. And these hazards, when they occur, they interact with exposed elements. These elements could be infrastructure, people, or ecosystems. So these increases of climate hazards, we have seen them come in the face of frequency, that is, their recur time is quite high, and also the intensity that we experience this hazard is also very high. What that translates to is a situation where the impact for the exposed elements is high and is increasing or has been increasing for the past few years. So in order for us to determine the impacts of these hazards or losses that come from the hazards, then we have to look at the issues of vulnerability. And this usually helps us to determine the extent to which the exposed elements actually lose or get destroyed or are impacted by the hazards that occur. Also, in the left-hand side, you have space technologies and all its glory, where there's a lot of Earth observation systems that are revolving around the Earth. And of course, they come in different types. There are, of course, optical systems, there are radar systems, and recently we have seen a surge in drone imagery that are also used as one of the space technologies. Of course, the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we use these space technologies to address the different aspects of disaster risk reduction or disaster risk management? And the solution to that is what the UN for All initiative made, that we have to look at how we can build early warning systems and integrate this information into the early warning systems. And we hope that the solution should be investing on how we can bring out data that can be used to build the early warning systems that are end-to-end, all the way from the community to decision-making at the national level, regional level, and the continental level. Within this chain of the early warning system, of course, there are what we call the systems, the tools that have to be built. There are partners, there are stakeholders that we have to work with. There is communication and dissemination of early warning information. There is capacity building and strengthening that is required for all of us to be able to work efficiently and effectively. There are policy issues, and also there are financial resources issues that we have to address. Then the next question we have to ask ourselves, where is Kenya at the moment? Kenya is doing something. And one thing that I would like to highlight is the effort that is being done by the National Disaster Operations Center, NDOC, who is the current chair of the Kenya Anticipatory Action Technical Working Group. Through their leadership, we have been able to, or they have been able to, launch the Kenya Anticipatory Action Roadmap 2024-2029, which is now the blueprint that is being used to inform anticipatory activities in Kenya. This roadmap is online if you like to have a visit to it, and you can have a view of what it entails. But ideally, these issues that we are going to discuss here today are addressed in this roadmap. Further, through the Kenya Red Cross Crescent and societies, we have been able, or the partners have been able to develop the early action protocols for flood and drought, which has been used in multiple occasions to address response, preparedness and response activities in Kenya. So in this conversation, we still have to ask ourselves the question, how do we bring the value of space technologies and Earth observation into disaster risk management? Specifically, how do we bring the exposure information into early warning systems, the vulnerability information into early warning systems, the observation, monitoring, modeling, data sets into the early warning system? How do we come into a cohesive framework that we learn together as stakeholders to be able to leverage on the value of Earth observation in the early warning system value chain? And then also we need to ask ourselves, how do we bring innovation such as machine learning, artificial intelligence into data analytics, and especially into a rapid assessment that is usually the need for disaster risk management? These are the discussions that we are going to have in this session, and we would like to do it in two ways. The first is to have a presentation from our panelists, two panelists that are going to provide overview of how this has been done at the global level and also in Kenya. And then after that, we are going to have a panel discussion where we are going to discuss this in much depth, followed by a Q&A session, and then we end the session with the closing remarks. So to start us off, I would like to welcome into the podium I would like to welcome into the podium Professor Anta Jutla, who is the professor for the Department of Environment Engineering Sciences at the University of Florida, USA. He currently serves as the director of the United States Geological Survey's Water Resource Research Center, where he leads national efforts to advance water resource management through rigorous scientific inquiry and engineering innovation. Professor Anta is going to present to us how predictions goes to protection and how he has used Earth observation for disaster risk reduction. I would like to welcome you, Professor Anta, to make your presentation.
Thank you so much for the introduction. All right, it works. Good evening, everyone. This is the last session and the most interesting one, and I don't see a lot of crowd here, which is fine. I can speak anything that I want. All right, so we're going to spend the next 10 minutes understanding what disaster means, like what traditional definition of disaster is, and where do I stand and where do people like me who work in the interdisciplinary domains of geohealth, they stand in the modern and changing world. So all of us are familiar with the left-hand side of the slide. This is hurricane, typhoon, depending upon like where you are. Okay, and we're well aware of a condition where we know that these are changing frequencies, intensities, and magnitudes. Okay, so we have no control over like what we are going to see to a point where we can basically predict the occurrence of these extreme events. But what I would like you all to think in next 10 minutes is that what those disasters bring the downstream end of the spectrum, another kind of a disasters, which basically have larger impacts on human well-being and societies. And that is basically the exposure of pathogens and climate-sensitive diseases that have a way more and worse impact as the agents of changes. Okay, so we're going to spend next 10 minutes to understand that how those pathogens and the impacts that those pathogens will have are going to be characterized as the disaster for human communities. And I'm going to skip this slide, and I'm going to go right into this one. The question that we are asking when we are in a disaster community is that why and what are we doing here? If we think that something is a disaster, what do we need to do? So the question that our research group and the question that a large part of people like us are doing is to basically promote this idea that we need to do a better job in prediction and predictability of disasters so that we can have a clear-cut impact on human well-being. And why do we want to do that? So right now, if you think about prediction or predictability, most of these words are used interchangeably. Okay? But the problem is that most of the systems that we have built over last several years are based on the reactive mechanisms. Basically, that means is that we let basically a disaster strike, and then we start to act upon the impacts after the disaster has basically occurred. So in these two graphs here, what you're seeing in scenario B is a classical scenario based on the health impacts where a disease occurs, a climate-sensitive disease occurs in a population, and we basically go after that disease mitigation very well into the game when basically the epidemiological curve has even started. And sometimes the efforts are basically based on the impacts when the peak of that disaster has already gone. What we are promoting, or what I think should be done, is to basically move that intervention point to the predictable space so that instead of a reactive decision making, we should have an anticipatory decision making, and that can be made possible by using the information derived from a lot of data sets, a lot of satellite systems and environmental systems that can then dictate where, when, and how a particular kind of disaster is going to occur. So this slide here shows basically, not moving, but that's fine. So on the left-hand side, there was a satellite. The satellite was supposed to move and show you pretty colors, but it's not moving. So in this one, I didn't do that. So in this one, it shows you key parameters of that most of the climate ecological studies have used in their analysis. It includes data sets from precipitation, plankton, temperatures, humidity, and so on. These are the key variables which are now available to us by Earth observations, which are basically, and most of these data sets are available for free to almost all of us. And we can use that information to build systems that can define prediction and predictability of the disasters. And I'm going to, I think this was the older slide, so that's fine. So I'm going to present 3 examples to you today that where I think the disasters have way more impact and how we have basically approached those disasters. The first one is a cholera paradigm. And this is basically a classical disease where we have used these satellite systems and we have built a prediction model where the risk of occurrence of cholera can be known at least 4 weeks in advance in many parts of the world. How did we do that? We basically employed a host of algorithms, which includes the heuristic algorithms, AI-based models, as well as the standard technologies to build a system where the pathogen here, which is Vibrio cholerae, can be tracked through the ecological conditions and then provide us with the value of risk in a particular region. All we have done is basically we have redefined what disaster means, and we have basically we started thinking about how to basically develop a predictive system for that kind of disaster. The second one I'm going to show you is this idea on Vibrios. Vibrios are infectious pathogens, which are a growing menace for the entire world. They are the classical climate indicators, which basically moves with the temperature profiles all across the oceans in the world. What we have noticed in last 30 years is, and this is a US-based study, is that these pathogens have been moving up north from the southern oceans, and it is impacting those populations where that population is actually not prepared for these kinds of pathogens. The infections here includes Vibrio vulnificus, which is flesh-eating bacteria, and the infections includes Vibrio parahemolyticus-based foodborne diseases. So we are working on developing, again, the prediction algorithms, which are based on the idea that we have large amounts of data sets that are available with us. The third one, actually, I want you to look at this one as well. This is a global risk of Vibrios, which is produced using the satellite data sets and AI technologies, finding patterns from over 20,000 data points collected in over 200 locations across the world. This is basically the map that was produced for July of 2025, and it has a prediction lead time of 2 weeks for global ocean waters. The third and the last study that I want you to look at it is this idea of spread of antimicrobial resistance genes. So here we mapped these antimicrobial resistance genes in all across the world, and what we are finding is that there is a global increase in the antimicrobial resistance all across the board, whether it is a wealthy country, whether it is a low to middle income countries, everywhere the risk is increasing. But what we have done is that we have taken a different approach. We thought, well, let's look into this idea of integrating the climate weather systems, the socioeconomic and sociological variables, and see how these antimicrobial resistance genes behave. And what we're finding all across the board is that the warmness of weather, the precipitation, and the conflicts are probably one of the major indicators of the spread of antimicrobial resistance genes in all across the world. So again, what we have done is we have redefined what disaster means, and then we have used a large swath of data sets to understand holistically where, when, and how things are going to happen. Last two slides. This is the slide that shows where in the world the satellites have been used to quantify and predict disease outbreaks. These are all climate-sensitive diseases, okay? And associated with that is the amount of Earth observations or satellite sensors that have been used all across the world to basically make that predictability and prediction happen, okay? And with that, I am going to leave here with a note that all across the world, we are seeing some abnormalities in the sea surface temperatures. But the concerning plot is on the extreme right, where the temperate zones are showing increases in temperatures, and that's where the mobility of these pathogens and pathogenic systems are occurring the most. With that, I will I'll leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Anta, for that presentation, which actually depicts how you can use that observation data to address key health issues. And it's a good mention that you made that all these data sets that you use are freely available and freely accessible. For our next presenter, I would like to welcome Mr. Zakaria Misiani from the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority. He's a senior climate scientist and DRM professional with experience spanning meteorological services, humanitarian action, climate research, geospatial applications. Prior to joining KMSA, he worked for the Kenya Red Cross and the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. His work focuses on using climate information and data to support anticipatory action, early warning, early action systems, and the co-development of the early action protocols for climate-related hazards such as floods and drought. He will be presenting to us on how you can harness data for climate action using geospatial tools to address disaster risk reduction. Please welcome Mr. Zachary Misian.
Yeah, thank you so much, James. As you have heard about my name, briefly, I will take you through about the presentation. And I will give you a case study here in Kenya, what happened and how we are utilizing the importance of data and Earth observation in climate action and of course in addressing the disaster risk management. So having said that, of course you have heard that the climate change and the climate variability is affecting every sector of our economy, and the occurrence of these droughts or flooding, or in generally, the hazard and the disaster have been increased. And we are likely to witness more frequent of these occurrences because of the weather and the climate so far has been changed. In Kenya, we have been experiencing these episodes from the flooding, and if we are not talking about the flooding, then we are talking about the droughts. And of course, we expect those events to strengthen and affect a large number of the people. Then why can't we take advantage of the availability of the data, whether we are talking about the ground-based data observation or whether we are talking about the Earth observations, which can map large-scale areas whereby maybe we might have a scarcity of the ground-based data, so that for us to be able to bridge that gap and improve the predictions and the skills so that for the benefit of the communities. So having said that, if I take you back, even the year before I was born, in 1980s and 80s backwards, I can see one of the professors is here. During those times, the drought in Kenya used to happen in a period or a frequency of 10 years. That is earlier 1980s. Then come closer to earlier 1990s, that frequency is now shrinking from 10 up to 8 years. Moving closer to 2000 millennium, that frequency is now at 6 years of the frequency.
And in 2010 and up to 2016, you can be able to see now it is half of the 10 years frequency, and it's now at 5 years. And the recent drought which we experienced in our country, whereby we experienced our 5th consecutive fed rain season of 2020 up to 2022, it was a frequency of about 2 years. And of course, you saw what happened in last year when we had a failed short rain seasons. So the picture which I'm trying to point out here is that the frequency of the drought in Kenya is decreasing. This means that we are likely to witness more frequent of the drought, and also even we are experiencing this drought, we will also experience the occurrence of the flooding within those years which already I've mentioned. And when you're talking about the Earth observation and the data, you can be able to see we have a quite number of the instruments which we usually use to gather or harness this climate information to improve the predictions of this climate and the weather from the satellite. Of course, we can even use the aerial, those are the aeroplanes, and also at the ocean, there are some instruments which are usually used to monitoring the occurrence of tsunami and also the windstorms and of course the waves. So the Earth observation can be used to support evidence-based in decision making, enable climate monitoring so that you can be able to advise what is likely to happen. And for the Earth observations, now we can be able to monitor the real time of what is happening on the environment, whether we are talking about the potential occurrence of drought. And of course, we can use the satellite imagery to support a flood mapping and of course, even the drought mapping for decision making. So having said that, about the component of the early warning system, this is like end-to-end component, whereby as long as you have a very well-functioning early warning system, then you will be able to give out or address the issues of the climate actions. So the first information which you need here is to integrate or inject the ground-based information, which usually the Kenya Met Department and the other meteorological department have from the ground with what is happening on the atmosphere of the Earth. Once you have that, you will be able to co-develop what we call the multi-hazard systems, which will of course will address other hazards. And of course, don't forget that the communities whereby the disaster usually happens, they need to be part of when we are designing the early warning systems. And of course, at the end of the day, we are talking about the partnership with our donors and of course, with other institutions which have the impact-based information. So I will highlight one of the case study whereby the Kenya Met Department with other stakeholders like the Kenya Red Cross, we have the WFP, FAO, we were able to activate, for example, for the flood early action protocols, whereby we were even using the information from the space to map out the large extent of the flooding which happened in the year 2023. Remember, in 2023, October, November, December, we experienced what we call the El Nino phenomena. And in Kenya, when we have that phenomena, it's usually associated with enhanced rainfall. And now scientists already have started talking about we are likely to have what we call the super El Nino. So this picture here is one of the county which was affected. This is the Nairobi-Garissa highway. You can be able to see that our infrastructure was totally submerged. For us to know the extent at which this flooding has been affected and who has been affected, then we employed what we call the remote sensing or the satellite image, doing the mapping and doing some analysis, you can be able to see from the main river how far the flooding was affecting the community. Then another picture here is showing about the rising of the water levels from the Lake Victoria. You can be able to see also during this period, there was increase of the water levels from the lake through the effect known as the backflow. And for us to be able to know the amount or the number of the communities who have been affected like this, of course you can send people to the ground, but some parts are inaccessible. For you to be able to quantify, we just go to the use of the Earth observation. And of course, this document or this analysis can be used by the county government departments who usually deals with the disaster risk management for them to make a decision. Having said that, unfortunately, there are some gaps when we are talking about the data availability, accessibility. In Africa, I used just one example. This is the upper air land observations. In Kenya, we have just only one stations covering the entire country. But if you compare to other countries, like, of course, they are much more developed than us, like China, even the Indians, you can be able to see even the ground-based instruments or observations are well distributed. This information is very useful because the satellite also needs these informations. So those are some of the challenges which we usually experience as a country. And of course, the capacity gap in doing some of the geospatial analysis. So those are some of the gaps when we are talking about the data and the Earth observation. And of course, where there is a gap, always there is what? An opportunity. So these are some of the recommendations. For example, we need to invest in data and infrastructural and digital transformation. From the beginning of this conference, I've been hearing about the artificial intelligence. Of course, it's a good tool, but it's not going to address all the gaps. But it can also address some of the gaps which we are talking about here. Then we need to strengthen partners between the government, academia, and the private sector. And I will be happy to say that we have been working also with the Safaricom, especially to disseminate early warning informations to even marginalized to the last mileage. And of course, there are some partners who are in these rooms whom we have been working with even the UNDRR, FAO, and the WFP. And then lastly, we need also to enhance the community-centered early warning information. The information which the community needs needs to be very simple, simplified, so that they can be able to understand and make a decision through the reducing a lot of the scientific terminologies. So in my conclusion, I would like to say that Earth observation and space technology are critical in matters of disaster risk reduction or management. When effectively integrated, they can significantly improve the preparedness levels. Of course, reduce even the time for us to do the response. And of course, it can save the lives and of course, the properties of our vulnerable communities. And the last one, also we need to enhance the existing partnerships which we have with our different developing partners. I think that is my end of my presentation, and I will appreciate for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zachary. Actually, don't go, just welcome. I think due to time, first of all, thank you for the presentation, but due to time, let us proceed to our next session, which is a panel discussion. I would like to welcome all my panelists to come here so that we can have just a short discussion on how we can enhance the use of Earth observation for disaster risk management. Yeah, I will introduce the other panelists. First, I would like to start with Emily. Emily Kimathi is a climate monitoring and early warning expert. Maybe you can raise your hand so that people can see you. Is an early warning expert at the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, ICPAC, based in Nairobi, Kenya. She specializes in the application of geospatial technologies, climate information, Earth observation, and field-based data to strengthen pest risk monitoring, early warning, and decision support systems for agriculture and food security. At IGAD, she leads regional initiatives that promote data-driven collaboration, coordination, and innovation in the management of the transboundary pests. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Caroline Gaviat. She is an associate professor at the University of Twente, Faculty of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation, and a part-time consultant with the World Bank, specializing in geospatial artificial intelligence for sustainable development. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Nehali Anupriya. Thank you. She is leading partnerships for the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, Regional Office for Africa, and has led strategic partnerships for least developed countries and small island developing states for the last 8 years. And then lastly, I would like to welcome Mr. Daniel Kirua. Mr. Daniel Kirua is a supply chain officer with the World Food Program in Nairobi and specializes in turning complex operation data into timely decisions that strengthen humanitarian action. He serves as the coordinator for anticipatory action, where he leads initiatives that leverage satellite imagery, climate forecasting models, and disaster risk analytics to develop triggers for timely evidence-based intervention. And in his work, translating predictive climate data into early action and helps to shift humanitarian response from reacting to crises to anticipating them, enabling faster, more targeted support for vulnerable communities before shocks fully unfold. Maybe I would like to start from the last comment that was made by Mr. Zachary Messiani, that the disasters are highly localized, and this is to Mr. Daniel Kirwa from WFP. Disasters are highly localized, where impacts are mostly felt at the community level. And I know WFP has been doing great work on food security and agriculture. Maybe you could give us some of these insights of how impacts look like at the local level, at the community level, and what kind of needs are required for Earth observation and space technologies at the community level.
Thank you, James. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening out there. So it's nice to have you all. As you heard, my name is Daniel. I work with the World Food Program. And mine was really to bring us the field insights, more the practitioner sort of insights in this kind of conversations. It's really more around where the rubber meets the road. And when we discuss space technologies, all the physics around it, and all the innovations, the artificial intelligence that has been presented before us in the course of the day, the question from a humanitarian standpoint and from the rural villages of those very fragile contexts in the communities is, what does it mean for that household in deep rural Kenya, in Mandera, in Turkana? What does it mean for that vulnerable household that interacts on a daily basis with these climate shocks, as we say? And I bring you a story from Wajir. Very briefly, November last year, the drought intensifies, and through this collaboration that we have with the government of Kenya, the county government of Wajir, and several stakeholders, we activated what we call an anticipatory actions program. And through this, we were able to reach 10,000 households across Wajir and Marsabit counties, way before the drought actually peaked, all right? Way before the drought was at its maximum intensity. And that is what we call sort of an anticipatory action. That based on the forecasts, based on the predictive capabilities that we have at ICPAC here, the Kenya Met Department, the National Drought Management Authority, we were then able to work with these communities and the government to help them preposition feed material, the biomass for their livestock, preposition certain water supplies, preposition food items that would help them cope with the price increases in the course of the drought, and also some of the nutrition commodities for their children and their pregnant and lactating mothers. And as we think about that, and as we listen to the advancements and the progress that our friends in the tech space at Kenya Space Agency have made, that is just a tiny example of how these technologies can transform the lives of a rural household, a vulnerable household in those fragile contexts. But it is still at such a scale that we can't even talk about. We just reached 10,000 households out of probably 500,000 households that were interacting with these droughts. Out of 500,000 households whose livelihoods were exposed to this drought, whose children would probably not be able to go to school in that lean season, who would have lost livestock in the course of that drought. And the question that we asked ourselves really is, where is the gap? If my good friend Zachary tells me that KSA, Kenya Met, and other agencies have invested in these technologies, have invested in that predictive capacity, to what extent is it translating to policy imperatives, policy decisions, activation protocols, institutional preparedness that can minimize the loss of livelihoods and lives in the face of disasters? Excuse me. For a long time, we have thought about these disasters as being localized in the ASAL counties, the northern Kenya, for example, and the arid, semi-arid regions across multiple countries in the continent. But back in March, just a few months ago, right here in Nairobi, for many of us who might have been in this city that first week of March, one Friday afternoon, we were all leaving work for homes, and the kind of downpour that was here, yes, we know we lost 50 lives, and many of us couldn't get home that evening. So these disasters, as Zachary has mentioned, are not about to get better. They're somehow getting worse in terms of intensity, frequency. They are getting worse in terms of the succession between them and not allowing us sufficient recovery. The conversation that we implore on the policy managers is really that we need to build a continuum of that ecosystem. That from the moment we are able to get shock intelligence and hazard early warnings from these technologies, we need to systematically build our disaster preparedness systems around concrete actions, around predictable financing instruments that can then enable us activate interventions in good time. And I think that will be it from this side. Let's hear more from the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel, for bringing that out. Yes, the impacts are at the community level, and I like the example that you have given, how we can target the vulnerable population, and also how these vulnerable populations are affected differently, especially when we consider the different population types, the women, lactating women, children, youth, the people with disabilities. That brings about different challenges that are affected by the community. But I would like to pass on the mic to Mr. Zachary Misiani, because when we talk about these challenges and impacts that are felt at the community level, well, when you are looking at Kenya as an entire nation, of course, it's quite different. You have different communities that are exposed to different type of hazards, and also the different communities having different types of vulnerabilities and exposure capabilities. So how then at the national level do we collect this information and then how then can that information be used to generate proper early warning information that is also actually targeted?
Yeah, thank you, James. This is the information for our audience. If you receive the information that tomorrow from early morning to mid-morning, we are likely to experience moderate to heavy rainfall, and that this rainfall is likely to intensify towards noon, and this storm is likely to move, for example, let's say from east to west. That is the information from the Met giving the predictions. And within that locality, I'm talking about now the community, the streams or the rivers are likely to overflow because of that heavy rainfall. And we are likely to see from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is pointing out that 300 households are likely to be affected from that storm. Then we have requested maybe Safaricom to disseminate early warning information ahead of this predicted informations, and they have dispatched this information pointing out that communities who are living within a certain area are likely to be affected, and we advise you to move. The National Disaster Management Authority with the humanitarians have prepositioned the response team in case there are some communities who are not able to move, they will be relocated. Of course, the government of Kenya have identified the safer sites that people are likely to evacuate to a certain school. And bad luck, within that situations, we are likely to see like 5 schools to be affected with health facilities. So the scenario which I'm trying to create here is that for us to disseminate actionable early warning information to make our decisions, we need different stakeholders who have different mandates. For us, we cannot issue early warning and then we come to evacuate. There are some institutions which have that mandate of evacuations. So if we work in a coordinated and a governed, well-structured, then we will be able to make early actions ahead of any potential hazard. If that hazard materializes, then it will become a disaster. So those are my submission, James.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zachary. Yes, I know you touched a little bit of early warning system that you Kenya Meteorological Service Authority has, and also how that gets into informing the different dissemination of early warning information. And I like the point that you also bring about the partnerships and coordination towards disaster risk reduction. Overall, I would like to welcome Ms. Emily to talk about how this DRR looks at the regional level, because now we are looking at it from an IGAD regional level where we have different nationalities from our sisters in South Sudan who have different kind of social pressures, which is also different from Uganda, from Rwanda, from Ethiopia. All these are nationalities that have different kind of vulnerabilities and exposure. How do you work, especially because you mirror the meteorological agencies at the national level, how do you consolidate these needs, and also what kind of systems and tools do you have or provide for these nationalities, especially to tackle the issues of disaster risk reduction?
Thank you. Thank you so much, moderator, and good evening. Yes, it's very insightful to learn, especially what Kenya is doing. And Kenya is among the advanced countries that we have in the region in many aspects. But we do recognize that these disasters, as much as it's the national systems managing or responding to the disasters, these disasters are quite transboundary. When you look at issues to do with drought and floods, they don't follow the national boundaries. Whenever we have a rainfall deficit, it cuts across borders. And that's where the regional aspects come in, because there's a lot of coordination approach that needs to come in to be able to coordinate all these affected countries. And as ICPAC, which is a regional climate center, which is a specialized institution within IGAD, we have member states that we support and we try to support in terms of coordination. And it comes in, ICPAC comes in very strategically in terms of provision of the climate information, especially looking at the seasonal forecast and trying to understand what will happen in future and how countries can work together. So IGAD has quite a number of initiatives where we are trying to really bring out that regionality and have our countries work together. And one of them is first by provision of a regional evidence-based early warning information. So we have very advanced platforms, digital platforms, which are leveraging on space data to be able to monitor what is happening and to provide information in terms of what we anticipate. If we're anticipating drought, anticipating floods, monitoring the tropical cyclones, and that now gives that regional aspect a higher space compared to the localized needs. We do recognize localized needs are very, very important, but it's also good to have a lens at a regional level to understand what is happening so that countries can also be able to work together. So we have a lot of efforts that we're making to harmonize all these national disaster risk management for them to work together. And another way is through dialogue. So we have a lot of forums where we bring our member states together. One of them, which is very key and one of the very significant when it comes to early warning information, is what we call the Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum. So this is a forum that is convened every season. And through the forum, you're able to release the seasonal forecast. This is a forum where now we convene all the agencies, the Met agencies, humanitarian organizations, disaster risk agencies. They come together and they're able to understand what is expected in the coming season. And then together they're able to co-produce advisories based on their needs to see let's, for example, if we look into the disaster risk management, what are we anticipating? If the forecast says the rainfall is below normal and the temperatures will be high, what are we anticipating? Are we anticipating drought? If yes, what next? What preparedness plans are we supposed to make at national level to be able to anticipate such issues? The other one is, I'm sure most of our panelists are part of it, is the Anticipatory Action Platform, the Eastern African platform on anticipatory action. This is also quite a big platform where we are really advocating for anticipatory action. We have national working groups as well as the regional working groups where we are convening all these partners and actors to be able to discuss this issue and to see how we can bridge the gap and reduce the gap between early warning and early action. So this is a very strong platform that has been there. We have now the second dialogue that will be there this year, and we anticipate that a lot of this dialogue would really help to bridge this gap. We also now are trying to move away from hazards forecasting to impact-based forecasting. So we are working towards now including information on exposure and vulnerability to be able to provide information that can be actionable on the ground. The case study that Zachary brought was very, very clear. Because once you tell a farmer that the rainfall is below normal, what are they supposed to do with that information? But if you give more information on what that does to crop production, what that will do to the pastoralists and the level of forage that will be there, then that information becomes very actionable. So we are looking into that, and we have a number of initiatives trying to look into the impact-based forecasting. So as I close, all I can say is that as the climate landscape gets complex, then we now see the value of space data. Space data has never been as valuable as it is today, and we'll continue to see the the value of it because of the many tools that are there that we are trying to leverage on the available technology to utilize this space data to get very valuable insights. And as ICPAC, we are really looking forward into supporting the region to be able to bridge that gap between the science and the action so that we are able now to anticipate and plan better in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. I like the fact that you hammered on a point of co-production and also knowledge sharing at the regional level, because we like to see how best we can transfer knowledge from different nationalities to be able to at least grow together in the space of disaster risk reduction. I would like to pass over the mic to Ms. Nehali from the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Actually, UNDRR is the UN mandated, I think, entity that works on disaster risk reduction. They work on a number of initiatives. But for this, I would like to request if you could share some of these insights on how stakeholders and the partners can coordinate together, especially in the context of DRR and other observation and space technologies. I know Mr. Zachary Misiani has also talked about why this is important at the national level to work with different partners, especially to collect all this information. Ms. Emily has talked about co-production, the need to bring these partners together to be able to even get the insights at the local level and to customize early warning information. But from the UNDRR perspective, what vision would you see on proper partnerships and coordination frameworks that could work well within this space?
Thank you, James. I had come prepared with some things that I wanted to say on this, but I think listening to the panelists that have gone before me, a lot of that has been covered already. So I'll focus on the following 3 points. One, I think, this has come up a few times, but a disaster doesn't kind of exist in a vacuum, right? It's 3 key components, at least from our perspective. So the first is your hazard, how much rain and how much time, or what is the speed of the wind for what duration. Then there's your exposure. So how likely are you living in this part of the country or this part of town to experience that hazard? And then is your very specific vulnerability to it. So if you're a high-income household, a low-income household, perhaps you're an older age person that can't respond very quickly to an evacuation notice, or a person with disabilities for similar reasons. So each of these 3 components kind of relates to this aspect of disaster risk reduction, where we need good data. We need to generate impact-based forecasts that speak to these 3 different components. And then you also need to have 3 different approaches, ideally brought together in a best-case circumstance, but 3 different approaches to address each of those components separately. So what can you do to mitigate against the hazards? I think, as a global community, we're trying to work to ensure that the climate crisis doesn't continue to accelerate. I'm not going to give my comments on how I think that's going. I think we're all on a similar page here. But in terms of the exposure and vulnerability aspects, those are things that we as people, as governments, as societies, as partners and stakeholders have a lot of control over. This is everything that determines where we spend our resources, how we do that, who is at the table when we're designing what our early action protocols should be, how are we going to disseminate information and early warnings? Is it via mobile? Is it via email? Is it via a Twitter blast? Whatever it might be. Those are very explicit decisions that we can make. So to really harness on that point, for us, the types of partnerships that are worthwhile, that are effective, and that make tools usable are ones that place the user at the center of the journey from the very start. Risk information and early warnings are only as useful as our ability to use them. And what I need as a UN employee living in an urban environment with a desk job, in terms of how I need to respond to any specific kind of warning, is very different to what, say, a large utility company should need. Where we're talking about telecommunications infrastructure or energy infrastructure, and the electricity grid, right? The type of warning and the amount of lead time that I need versus KPLC, for example, is different in order to make sure that my response to that is appropriate. At the same time, we know that across this continent, 90% of the economy is driven by small to medium enterprises. So to compare KPLC and their information needs to a small, 5-person business that maybe is focused on agriculture or livestock-related livelihoods, those needs look very different as well. So, throughout the last few days, we've heard a lot about AI, a lot about the fantastic advancements and innovations being made in the kind of technology and innovation space. Of course, also helping us get greater granularity and detail on Earth observations as well. But not all of that is like a golden key to answer everything, right? This is also about how we need to translate better information to make it useful. So to that effect is my second point, which is that partnerships aren't just about getting access to tools or getting access to knowledge or to technology. It's also about using partnerships to build resident capacity where it is needed. So, we think of Kenya or Africa as a generator of data, as a generator of ideas. I think M-Pesa is a phenomenal example of this, right? This is a tool that had massive success in this market because it was built based on the lived reality of users here. It was built on that basis of the sort of technology that was already accessible to people, the sort of documentation that was already accessible to people, and the sort of economic relationships that were already in use. And only, this tool was a slight addition to help accelerate that and help formalize those relationships in some way. To the same extent, the discussions that we're having here aren't just about gaining access to a new Earth observation system or a new kind of satellite network that might provide us with greater granularity in terms of our satellite observations. But we should be asking the question, how do we build observation systems? How do we build information systems? How do we build forecast and monitoring systems that work for this environment with the institutions that we have here and their respective mandates, using the regional capacities that we have, like at ICPAC and the other commissions with IGAD, and how can we use these partnerships to invest in those? So that, we're not talking about essentially launching a subscription model where we have Kenya, we have ICPAC, or whoever it might be, subscribing to a global software service, essentially, but rather having conversations about, okay, how do you build a network of research institutions that can provide that for Africa or for East Africa? So one of the examples there is something that UNDRR is supporting called the Network of Centers of Excellence for Disaster Risk Reduction. Of course, RCMRD is one of the founding members of that. But this really takes that ethos to heart, that we have resident capacity in the continent on disaster risk reduction, on early warnings. What can we do to strengthen how those different institutions work with each other? What can we do to ensure that those are the primary service deliverers when there is a need from a specific government to, say, develop a new early action protocol or a new kind of trigger system? Those should be the entities that are really at the front line to provide that sort of service. So that brings me to my last point, which is that we need to look to the right partner for the right thing. None of this, I feel like people say this a lot, which is that, this is too big of a problem or too big of an opportunity for any one institution or entity to do it alone. But there's also something magical about remembering that each of our respective entities, whether that's national government, local government, whether that's a development partner, a donor, a knowledge partner, a research partner, technology partner, they're all good at different things. And the right partnerships bring people to the table, recognizing that we have different incentives, we have different reasons for being there, and the magic or the secret sauce is in finding the coordination that means that everyone can do the thing that they're good at, and also increase the amount that their services or their tools are being used or are being absorbed. So that's really the kind of key point for us in terms of trying to make some of these partnerships happen and bring them to life, is ensuring that we're making sure that these initiatives are government-led, and within government ensuring that respective mandates are respected and also codified and formalized. The same goes for stakeholders, that first responders like the Red Cross and Red Crescent societies in the region have a different role to play than the community-based organizations that are there in between crises or in between disasters. So yeah, I'll leave with that message to really look to the right partner for the right thing and come to that conversation with transparency and honesty about what each of our institutions is able to do and what each of our institutions should do.
Thank you very much. I'll pick up to your point on capacity strengthening, because I'd like to welcome Professor Anta to mention a little bit about how capacity building looks like across this value chain. And I just want to mention one thing, that in earlier or how many people have looked at capacity building is about how you bring workshops together, and people sit for 5 days and you conduct a workshop. But capacity building is actually much more than that. How does academia, now that we are looking about partnerships, and academia has largely been left, at least in Africa, has largely been left in this conversation. How do we bring a capacity building and strengthening for the entire value chain, and how do we make it resilient and also effective, and cost effective that is?
Thank you for this question. And it led me think a little bit deeper on what academia really means. So I think so I'll give two perspectives on this one differently. One is to basically think about academia as a lab, a small lab, where experiments can be done, experiments can fail, and then learn from those experiments in order to make things more better. If we are building a capacity program, so for example, let's say we're building a program on how to negotiate a policy, how to negotiate a treaty or something. Those types of questions can be more easily simulated in the academic environment first, see where things fail, see where are the breaking points and where things succeed, and then basically extrapolate those knowledge, that type of knowledge, which we call as actionable knowledge, to the real world scenario. So in that way, academia is an experimental lab that can basically be used to test several ideas, some of which will fail. But that brings out to the next question, that if capacity building has to be sustainable and resilient, then what do we have to do? So in my mind, I think there are three different things that needs to be done if we have to build a sustainable, resilient capacities across the board. And the first one is that the process needs to be continuous. The continuous process means that the models like train the trainer type of workshops, that should be encouraged at each and every level, because that basically promote a healthy discussion between folks who are basically delivering the message versus the people who are basically making those decisions. So for example, like we're very good with prediction of floods or prediction of rainfall in the US. So, but unless that thing is translated to communities, that information will remain siloed, and only a handful of people will basically know that how to use that type of information. So these train the trainer type of workshops and seminars are quite critical for building building the capacities. The second one is that it has to be an approach where we have to think globally, but we have to act very locally. What we are seeing, or what we have seen in some of the approaches, is that a method that is going to be applicable in one part of the world is assumed to work everywhere. Well, that rarely happens, because something that, although the world is connected, but that doesn't mean that the solutions in one part of the world is going to be valid for another part of the world. So I think this idea of a locally led capacity building is going to be more productive than anything else. And the third one is that we need to focus on systems approach, meaning that it has to take into account the holistic overview of the situation. We should not, again, like it's an academic view. We should not create another problem by solving one problem. And one of the things that one of the examples here is the PFAS contaminant, and this contaminant is a byproduct of the non-stick pans that we use all across in all our kitchens. So we solve one problem where we are using less oil, where we are basically increasing the efficiency of cooking, but we are creating another problem, which is basically now degrading the environmental water quality and the soil quality. So in my mind, these three approaches, the continuous, locally led, and system-focused approaches, should be used for a sustainable capacity building across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to pass over to Dr. Caroline. Everything that we've discussed here needs to be supported financially. At least there should be some financial mobilization to support this work. And when it comes to space technologies and Earth observation, it's quite an expensive affair. We have seen the kind of investments that are done by space companies like SpaceX, but at the national level, we still need to find some sort of traction in the use of these technologies, and also in actually investing in the use of space technologies to address disaster risk management also at the local level. How can we effectively leverage the existing financial mechanisms, at least at the national level?
Well, thank you for the very interesting question. So, as James said when I was introduced, I have two positions actually. I work in academia and I work for the bank. And somehow, whenever my badge says the World Bank, the question is always about the money. So sorry to disappoint you, but the bag of money is at home and it's not under my control. But I think it is very timely now to also be looking at the funding of different types of data that is needed, different types of infrastructure. And I think what a very key moment, so my background is in geospatial and I love geospatial data and the services and now with the capabilities with AI. And I think we've really had a key moment where we can see that the technical capabilities of the data is becoming very close to the needs of the users. So I think, okay, if we look at, for example, the World Bank, how are they using geospatial data, where are they funding geospatial data, is particularly regarding disaster risk reduction. So if we take a step back, the World Bank operates across many different countries, across many different cities, and one of the first problems is how do we compare them? We know that Africa is characterized by a very high growth rate in many places, but also it's unplanned. So a lot of the data, when it's outdated, or if we think of the secondary cities or the rural communities, it's very difficult to get an idea of how quickly they are growing and where the need might be higher. So, for example, one of the things that we've been doing is we partnered with the European Space Agency and the German Space Agency and Mind Earth to be looking at what they call the WSF tracker. So how can we use satellite data that has the advantages of, well, first of all, a lot of the free satellite data that's available, frequent update, which means that's updated frequently, and it can obtain data products, for example, on following where areas are growing, where settlements are growing, capturing that at a 6-monthly interval, which helps enable us to understand, okay, where do we think that cities are growing? And as the World Bank has such a high need of this data across so many different places, we're also in a position that we can start looking at funding it as a digital public good. So in a way, one of the things that we are doing is really thinking, okay, what kind of data is available globally, and where might be our position in financing that, co-financing that, and releasing it as a digital public good to support many of the projects and programs that are available. So that is one example. And so you have where the cities are growing, and then you can also look at global flood models like Fathom data, where you could overlay it and get an idea of where do we think that people are growing into areas that might be at hazard of different natural events such as flooding. Now, we all know that global models will never be exactly what's on the ground, right? You know that satellite imagery at 10-meter resolution can tell you more or less if an area is built up or not, but it won't tell you exactly where the building footprints are. So once we zoom into a particular city, we need better data. We need to know, can we get building footprints more accurately? So can we look at GeoAI algorithms to get it from high-resolution data? And then to start asking the question of, if we want to develop systems in disaster risk management, what kind of additional data products do we need and at which frequency? So do we need monthly updates of data of built-up areas instead of every 6 months? Do we need additional services like trying to understand which areas of the city are unplanned or not? Do we need to understand where different buildings have different types of land use? So all of these products we can think of in a way are opportunities for companies and SMEs to think, okay, what kind of data products do you have that are built on, for example, satellite imagery, which might come at additional cost, but really provides additional data and information in order to build these systems. So that is another way of working with the World Bank in the development of these types of systems. Another thing that we've been working with together with HOT is on the drone tasking manager, which is so to get drone imagery and also to train local drone pilots. And an advantage of having this drone imagery available is, of course, you needed to plan a project from the beginning, but once the knowledge and the capacity of collecting this data is available, then if, for example, a flood event happens, then the knowledge is already in place. People can come back and ask, for example, to fly the drone when the flood event has still happened to see which areas are still flooded and to coordinate with the first responders. And so this leads into the third level in which we work with geospatial data and where funding opportunities are, is where we really look at the field mapping and the community mapping. So how can we work with communities to get a better understanding of their response to risk on the ground? So for example, by doing field studies and asking, okay, you know, where do you go in case of emergency? Or, okay, we have this detailed flood model of the city, but historically, have you seen a flood in the last year, in the last 2 years, in the last 3 years? How can we get this reference data and this knowledge from the community to be combined with this knowledge from space to get a better understanding of what's going on and to plan better interventions? So at these 3 levels is essentially where we interact with geospatial data, and we work with partners in different ways. First, at a global level of looking, okay, how can we get a good base layer of data to help support different interventions and to monitor the application? And then also, how can we look at perhaps the different commercial services that might be available to get additional information that is needed, and more importantly, in the end, to embed it with communities. So on the one hand, it's not only collecting the information, but also sharing the knowledge of how to respond. So I think that to close off, one of the things that's very exciting is the time that we are living in and how much more data is being available, how much good data is available, the capabilities of AI on top of it, that I think a lot more information and data is becoming available. And the knowledge of how important that this is also becoming more and more common throughout different layers and different disciplines. But the next step is really to get a better idea of the understanding of the decision makers, to see how can all of this knowledge and data really feed into the decision makers' workflows to make a better decision and to respond adequately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We'd like to open up to our audience. I know it's very late. We are supposed to be breaking, but if you have a question, please raise your hand. We can give you 1 minute to ask a question. If there is, Okay. This one, you have a question? Okay. So maybe we could get to our closing remarks, and I will probably ask Professor Hunter to do 1 minute or so closing remarks so that we can end the session.
I think when we think about disasters, it's a multidisciplinary problem. It's a problem where different stakeholders, different agencies need to basically work together. And what we have seen here is that people coming from academia, people coming here from the aid agencies and all those partners will have to basically act together if we have to basically get ahead of the disaster that is impacting human lives. So I think that is quite evident from what we have what everyone basically said during this session. And to close, I think the disasters are going to happen. It's not that they're going to stop. One way or the other, these things are bound to happen. For some, the disasters are going to be so. In context of rainfall, for example, excessive rainfall is a good phenomena to take away contaminants from the river systems. But at the same time, when it impacts humans, it basically creates havoc. So I think this idea of prediction, predictability, and how that translates to humans is going to be the key challenge and key part for the future. For that.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mr. Zachary?
Yeah, thank you so much, James. I would like to say that there is no single data set that can give a complete picture. So it means that we need to integrate various sources of data so that we can make a decision. And the data alone will not stop, or it will not save life. We need to translate this data into actionable early actions, or early warning into early action so that we can move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. 2 points. I disagree. Disasters don't have to happen. I think hazards can happen, whether they are, life-changing events or not, is somewhat of a choice. And then the good partnerships, make sure that we look at the right partners for the right things and start at the end. So user needs, use cases need to be factored in from day zero. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so mine is just to also echo the aspect of the early action. It's already clear that we have very advanced tools that are available to provide this information. The gap that is there is now having this information translated. And the only way to translate this is a lot of coordination and a lot of partnership. And also it's important to remember that you're as strong as your weakest link. You could be as prepared as you are, but if your neighbor is not prepared, then the same disaster could translate to you. If it's a locust outbreak, if your neighbor is not preparing as you are, it's still going to come to you. So let's think about that and let's really strengthen our partnerships as we address these disasters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel.
2 things as well from my reflections. The first one is really that we have to think about this more from an end-to-end kind of an approach, that with a forecast and a signal, an early warning signal coming in through the Earth observation capabilities and the monitoring systems, then we need to connect that thread to real, a whole machinery that activates at set thresholds. We have to preposition some financing. We have to have the institutional capacity that can prevent, the materialization of disasters. And then the second one really is something that my sister mentioned here. I think I want to underscore it. It is less attractive to make certain investments in terms of infrastructure or even the data analysis for the fragile contexts that do not have a commercial incentive. And a lot of the private sector players are here. So again, we have to really think strategically in terms of how we can construct this along the lines of digital public goods, because the most fragile contexts in the rural parts of this world do not necessarily attract the private sector for this kind of investments, and they have to be modeled along the lines of public goods. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Dr. Caroline?
Good, thank you very much. Again, I would just like to emphasize we're in a time with great possibility. If you look at how the technology is there, and I'm sure that in 5 years we're going to have completely different tools than what we have now, but also really understanding what to invest in, what is really needed at this point. And in that, I think it was, I would like to refer back to what my fellow panelist was emphasizing about partnerships and really understanding what everybody needs. And because of that, I would also like to come back to the organizers and thank you for organizing this type of an event, because really getting so many different parties together to talk about the same issue from different angles is a first step in that direction. So again, thank you very much to the organizers of the session and also to the event, because it's also places like these and events like these are very important for moving together forward to solve these issues.
Yeah. Thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists. That concludes this session. It was really a pleasure. Believe it or not, we are talking about space technologies and Earth observation, and I know we took a very long route to get there, but ideally we have touched many of the things that actually touch a little bit on space technologies and disaster risk reduction. Our profiles are in the session if you like to reach to us, so feel free to do so. Otherwise, we thank you and wish you a very good evening. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.